morning. Welcome back. Yes. Football band, let me tell them to knock when they're ready. You guys have a lot of gear they brought in there.
Just not for you guys ready now.
The
got in here today. That's where I'm spending my lunch hour. Went to the shower.
Wait, no, I can't go back.
We're getting it for you right now, sir. Right, that's everybody. Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Any concerns or issues you need to raise? Hearing none. Our regular reporter, Karen, is not with us today, so this is Colleen, who's from Burlington County. She's even more senior than Karen, so we're in good hands. I just wanted to introduce you before we begin. I believe the state has its next witness.
Yes,
Lento.
Your Honor. The state would call Dr. Young.
Dr. Young?
Hi, Doctor. Good morning. Please come on up, sir. Just step from here. You can remain standing, sir. Raise your right hand. The court reporter will swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, I have your full name, and could you spell it, please?
Okay. My full name is Ye Kyaw Aung. First name Y-E. Middle name K-Y-A-W. Last name A-U-N-G.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lento.
Thank you, Judge. Where are you a doctor?
Jesse Shaw University.
And doctor, can you just speak up a little bit because the jurors are going to have to hear you, okay? So can you tell us where you are a doctor?
Jesse Shaw University Medical Center, Pediatric Emergency Room.
Right, and what department do you work at?
Pediatric Emergency Medicine Department.
And you're a medical doctor?
Yes, I am.
And you practice emergency medicine?
Yes, I do.
Where did you go to medical school?
Institute of Medicine 1, Yangon, Myanmar.
Where did you do your residency?
Bronx, Lebanon, affiliated with Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York City.
And before you were employed at the emergency room at Jersey Shore, where did you work?
I work at Bronx, Lebanon, Pediatric Emergency Room once I finished my residency program.
And how long did you work in the Bronx for in that emergency room?
I would say about 18 years.
And how long have you worked at Jersey Shore for?
About 4 years.
And what, if any, other training do you have in pediatric emergency medicine besides working in the hospital?
I went to Emory University at Atlanta for the public health to study the disease trend, epidemiology, statistics related to medicine.
Now, at Jersey Shore, at the emergency room, do you treat all patients or just pediatric patients?
I treat the pediatric patients.
And about how many pediatric patients would you say that you have treated during the course of your career?
And a lot, but on average it's like 20 patients in my shift. My shift is sometimes 10 hours, sometimes 12 hours.
Okay. So when a pediatric patient is treated at the emergency room at Jersey Shore, can you tell the jurors what that process is?
Okay. So when the patient comes to the emergency room, first they have to register at the front desk. Once the registration, they call it preliminary registrations. Once they finish the registration, they have to wait for the triage nurse to assess their vital sign, basic investigation. After that, they have to wait until the room is available. And then they put the patient in the room. At the time, we sign on the patient, we review the chief complaint, and we start seeing the patient. in Jersey Shore, we do have residents and med students. So they want to see the patient first. They take the history, do the evaluations, and they come and present the case. We discuss the case, and I went to see the patient as a second time, ask a history, physical examination, discuss the plan with the parents, and we come back.
So, doctor, I'm going to specifically call your attention to April 1st of 2021. Did you diagnose and treat a pediatric patient named Corey Michelot?
Yes, I did.
And before coming to court today, did you review certain materials?
Yes.
And did you review the medical records from when you treated Corey?
Yes.
And did you also review the blood work for when you treated Corey?
Yes, I did.
And did you also review a bone survey that was done when you treated Corey?
Yes, I did.
Permission to approach?
Yes,
Your Honor?
sure, go ahead.
Mario, any objection?
To approach him?
Well,
That's up to the judge.
No, I'm showing you the documents.
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm now going to show you what's been marked S114.
Okay.
And can you tell us what that is?
This is what we call skeletal survey.
Okay, and without explaining that, would that help to assist your testimony today?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and I'm now showing you what's been marked S113. And can you tell us what that is?
This is a blood test.
And would that help to assist your testimony today?
Yes, it does.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked S44. And can you tell us what that is?
This is my chart.
And would that help to assist your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Now, Corey arrived at the emergency room at approximately 8:34 p.m. on April 1st of 2021.
Yes.
And did Corey enter or was admitted into the emergency room at about 9:55?
Objection as to leading.
What time was Corey admitted into the emergency room for observation?
About 9 p.m.
Okay. And when Corey arrived at the emergency room, who brought Corey to the emergency room?
His mother.
And what was the chief complaint when Corey arrived?
Patient has some bruises all over the body. They want to find out where those bruises come from.
Okay. And when Corey was admitted into the emergency room, did you obtain the patient's history from his mother?
Yes.
Did you observe Corey?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury what Corey's demeanor was when you observed him?
He was very scary, little bit scary boy, and he afraid to answer my questions.
Objection. The phrasing,
Of what, the question?
it's not descriptive, he's assuming what Corey felt.
It's overruled. The doctor answered the question. Go ahead, Ms. Lupton.
Thank you, Judge. Was there also a resident who was working that evening with you at the hospital?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors what a resident is?
Resident is they are under the training to be a physician, full-fledged physician, so they have to go through with 3 years training. She is the general pediatric resident, so she usually come to emergency room, see the case, present the case, we discuss the case, and then we evaluate her, how good she is, whether she's going to pass the ER rotation or not. That is our job. Is.
And on April 1st, what was the resident's name who was assisting you?
Her name is Jennifer Sevilla.
And did you conduct a physical examination of Corey while at the emergency room at Jersey Shore?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain to the jurors what you did to examine Corey?
Okay. After the resident presented the case to me, I went to ask that question again. I went to ask both patient and mother do the examinations, and I discussed the mother what will be our plan for next 2 to 3 hours. And then I told the mother I will come and talk to you once all the lab results and imaging reports are in.
And how did you conduct the examination, meaning what did you do physically regarding the examination?
I did from head to toe examination, and then we marked down all the bruises, scratches in the diagram. I put everything in my chart.
Now, how were Corey's vital signs?
His vital signs are stable, and I'm not concerned when he arrived because of the vital signs are stable.
And can you tell the jurors about Corey's general constitution when you observed and treated him at Jersey Shore?
He's a small little boy. When I ask a question, he's scared. And
Doctor, I'm going to stop you there because you can only testify basically to what you did rather than what persons are saying. So can you just describe to us his constitution, meaning physically what you saw?
okay, physically, and we usually do head-to-toe examination. We go with system by system. So head-to-toe examination, we saw some bruises on the head, some bruises on the body, and some bruises on the back and legs. And neurologically, we do the cranial nerve examination, basically neurologically intact. He has no neurological deficit. He is active, alert, and not in distress. And any signs of failure, and chest examination within the normal limit. I did not hear any respiratory distress, wheezing, murmurs, hypoxia. He has nothing. And abdominal examination, abdomen is soft, no signs of acute abdomen. That means no tenderness, no pain, and no heart inconsistency by palpations. And physical general examination within the normal limit. All 4 limbs examinations, motor is intact, sensory is intact, saw only bruises, scratches. Other than that, we did not see anything.
So, doctor, all of your findings during this physical examination were normal?
Yes,
Okay.
except some bruises and scratches.
And what about Corey's lungs?
His lungs is clear, as I mentioned before, no wheezing, no respiratory distress, no fast breathing, no hypoxia, and lungs is moving equally.
And you said that you had observed bruising.
Right.
And did the resident who you were working with document the bruising that she observed?
Yes.
And was this placed in the medical records?
Okay, let me take a look at it. We marked down all over the body, and we saw like some bruises, abrasion. The most significant one is on the chest bone area, like about 5 by 5 centimeter bruise. And rest of them are small minor scratch and bruises on the head, anterior chest wall, and legs.
So did you observe any scratches on Corey's body?
Yes, I saw some cut.
And did you observe any abrasions on Corey's body?
Yes, I saw some abrasion.
Now, calling your attention to the abrasion, specifically marked as 2, can you tell the jurors where this abrasion was located on Corey's body?
Abrasion is on the left temple area, one abrasion, and another one on the right knee area.
And specifically, in regard to bruise number 3, can you tell the jurors where that bruise was located?
Yes, as I mentioned before, this is in the mid-sternum area. Size is like about 5 by 5 centimeter, circular.
And can you tell the jurors about bruise number 4, which was located?
Bruise number 4 is on the left side of the abdominal area. We call it flanks area.
And what about bruise number 5?
Bruise number 5 is at the left arm area.
And what about bruise number 6?
Bruise number 6 on the left elbow area.
And what about number 7? Can you describe that for the jurors?
Bruise number 7 is on the left, the extensor aspect of the left hand area around the wrist.
And what about bruise number 8? Can you tell the jurors where that was located?
Bruise number 8 is on the right side of the posterior aspect of the arm area.
And what about abrasion number 9? Can you tell the jurors where that was located?
Abrasion number 9 is on the right knee area.
And what about bruise number 10? Where was that located?
On the right legs below the knee joint area.
And what about scratch number 11? Where was that located?
It's on the left legs below the knee joint area.
And what about bruise number 12? Where was that located?
Bruise number 12 is on the right temple area.
Now, doctor, can you tell the jurors what your impression was regarding the bruising that you observed to Corey's body on April 1st when you had observed him in the emergency room?
Right. I saw like a multiple ecchymosis.
Let me just stop you there. What's ecchymosis mean?
Ecchymosis means there is some bleeding underneath of the skin for like a few hours to a few days.
And what other impressions did you have regarding the bruising?
Those bruises are in various stages, as I mentioned before. Some of them are maybe hours, some of them are maybe days. I cannot tell you exactly more than that.
Doctor, when Corey was at Jersey Shore, did you order blood work?
Yes, I did.
And was Corey's blood collected on April 1st, 2021 at approximately 10:49 that evening?
That exactly.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a blood panel for an INR?
INR is the one we're looking for bleeding. Once there's a bleeding, we're looking for is there a lot of bleeding based on the enzyme level. That is the one we assess because the concern about bruises on the chest with different stages on the upper part of the body. So we are looking for is there any bleeding underneath of the skin.
And what about a prothrombin time? Was there blood drawn for that?
Yes, prothrombin is a part of the assessment for the bleeding.
And can you tell the jurors why this diagnostic procedure was done regarding the blood work?
Because, as I mentioned before, we're looking for the bleeding, we're looking for infections, we're looking for the basic screening tests. Is there any problem with liver? Is there any problem with kidney? Is there any problem with infections? Those are the things we do this.
Regarding the blood work, did you run a panel for a CBC with a differential?
Yes, I did.
And what is a panel with a CBC with a differential?
Differential, basically, this is within the normal limit. I did not see any significant changes from the normal reference value.
So, can you tell the jurors then what were the results of the CBC panel for the blood work which was drawn at the hospital?
Okay, basically we look at a white cell count. White cell count is 7.5. That means his result is within the normal limit for the white cell count. And we're looking for the red blood cell count, also within the normal limits of the 4.42. We look at the hemoglobin hematocrit value, 12.5 over 37.3. Those are within the normal limits. And platelet count is 329. This is also within the normal limit. If there is a lot of bleeding, platelet counts will be changed. And some other neutrophil, lymphocyte, monocyte, we look at it. Is there any problem, changes, abnormal problems or not?
Doctor, what are neutrophils?
Neutrophil is a one type of the white blood cell fighting for infections.
And what was the neutrophil count when the blood was taken on April 1st, 2021, while Corey was at Jersey Shore?
Okay, neutrophil count percentage is 36.1. That is within normal limit. And absolute neutrophil count, that is what basically we're looking for infection if he has body resistant to fight the infection back. That's his absolute neutrophil count is 2.7. That is also within normal limit.
Okay. Did you also run a metabolic blood panel?
Yes, I did.
And what is a metabolic blood panel?
Metabolic blood panel is we're looking for the electrolytes, sodium, potassium, and as I mentioned before, basic renal function, basic liver functions, and...
Doctor, I'm sorry, could you just talk up a little bit? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you back here.
Okay, basic panel is we're looking for the electrolytes, sodium, potassium, and we're looking for liver function, we're looking for kidney function. They all are basic tests. Also looking for is the patient is dehydration or some other problems. Is there any abnormal electrolytes? Call it imbalance. Patient do not have significantly changes on his basic panel.
So what were the results of the metabolic blood panel then?
I look at it, all of those, my impression is he is slightly dehydrated. That is matched with the history. Patient was at home, I believe, spoke with the Child Protection Agency at somewhere around 11 o'clock in the morning. He didn't eat anything, he didn't drink anything. Come to emergency room about 9 o'clock. So, like at least more than 7 to 8 hours, kid is not eating, not drinking. So, that basic panel matched with the mild dehydration condition.
Oh. Now, doctor, how many times was Corey physically examined while he was at the emergency room?
3 times.
And why would he be examined 3 times?
This is our normal routine procedure. When the patient come in, residency the first time, I see the patient second time, third time before patient discharge. I have to go back and do the examination again, review the lab result, review the vital sign, discuss with the mother, and let her know about the plan, what will be the next. That's why we have to do 3 times.
Doctor, at approximately 11:01 p.m. on April 1st, was there a skeletal bone survey conducted at Jersey Shore?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain to the jurors what a bone survey is?
Bone survey is we try to look for the skeletal and upper part of the body from head to toe. We do like a 19 radiographic examination, X-ray, scar X-ray, chest X-ray, abdominal X-ray, all the 4 limbs X-ray, looking for is there any rib fracture, is there any other mass, is there any other bleeding inside, or chest is clear. Those are the things we did.
And without telling us what anyone said, why did you order the skeletal survey?
Because we got a history saying that they want to make sure the patient is not abused. So if we do the skeletal survey will let us know is there any previous fracture or any injury, because X-ray will show different stage of healing if patient has a broken bone. If patient has an acute condition, it will let us know about this. That is the reason I did skeletal survey.
So when a survey is done, about how many radiographs are done?
19 radiographs.
And radiographs are what, doctor?
Radiograph is X-ray.
And can you tell the jurors what the findings were regarding Corey's bone survey?
Yeah, his bones normal, and soft tissues are also normal. His lungs clear, and other part of the examination within the normal limit, and no evidence of acute fracture.
Was a chest X-ray done, doctor?
Yes, it does.
And what were the conditions of Corey's lungs on April 1st?
His lung is clear. We did not see any infiltration, any signs of injury. Did not see anything.
Now, based upon the physical examination of Corey, his blood work, and the bone survey, what was your discharge plan?
Discharge plan is at this moment, he does not have any acute emergency condition. He can follow up with the child abuse specialist. So we medically clear and discuss with the social worker, that is the child abuse team, and we discharge the patient to follow up with the child abuse specialist.
And was there an on-staff child abuse specialist at Jersey Shore?
Yes, we do.
And was he there the evening of April 1st?
He was not available
And why was he not available?
because this is a nighttime and weekend.
Now, based upon your physical examination of Corey, the blood work, and the bone survey, did you medically clear Corey for release from the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And was Corey ever admitted as a patient from the emergency room?
No.
And while Corey was at the emergency room, did you speak on the telephone with a DCP&P worker without telling us the conversation?
No, we did.
And based upon this conversation, was Corey cleared to be released to his mother?
Yes.
And Corey was discharged a little after 1 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So he would have been discharged then on the early morning hours of April 2nd
Yes.
of 2021.
Yes.
And when you discharged Corey from the hospital, did you observe any symptoms of sepsis or infection or broken bones or any of these things?
No.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grugy.
Ms. Ronco,
Mr. Ron.
I can have one moment.
would say at least 20 years.
And you did your residency as well.
Yes, I did.
Was that for a period of 3 years?
Yes.
Compared to your knowledge when you ended your residency versus now, would it be fair to say you have a lot more knowledge than you did as a resident?
Yes, I did.
You also have a lot more experience, correct?
Yes.
Is that part of the reason that it's protocol to have the doctor do an examination of the patient after the resident?
All the patients, I have a responsibility to do this. This is not a protocol. This is like as a physician.
It's an ethical obligation.
Right.
Now, when Corey entered the hospital, was his oxygen rate measured?
Okay, yes. Let me take a look if you want to know exactly.
Would it be fair to say, if you need a moment, let me know.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say his oxygen rate was low?
I have to take a look at it.
Feel free. I'll wait.
No. Oxygen saturation is 98% in room A. It was not low.
What about his blood pressure? Is it fair to say his blood pressure was 106 over 58?
That is with the normal limit.
Now, what is the normal blood pressure for a person?
Normal blood pressure is, we usually, as an emergency room, we usually calculate what will be the lowest blood pressure for patients when they come in. As long as the patient is above the lowest blood pressure, it should be fair.
And that term you're using, you said lowest?
Right. So we have a formula that is like a 70 plus 8 multiplied by 2. So his basic is 70, his age is 4. So multiplied by 2 will be 88. So 8 plus 70 will be 78. That is a lower systolic blood pressure if he is in danger.
I just want to break that down for a second. When you say systolic blood pressure, you're talking about the bottom number, correct?
No, upper number.
The upper number. And when you said his age, when you do your calculation,
Right.
4 times it by 2, you
Right.
get 8.
Right.
At the time that you saw him, was he age 4?
I think 4 or 5 years. I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's important, right? Because you do a calculation based off of it.
Right.
So if that calculation is wrong,
No, this is not wrong because I look at the age and I calculate it and then his blood pressure is within normal limit. Because I saw a lot of patients, I don't remember exactly how old he was at the time. I need to look at his date of birth and then if you want to know exactly, I can tell you now.
you can look at his date of birth. Let me know when you're ready.
He was born in 2014, right? He was seen on 2021. So like about yes, 7/14, yes. His blood pressure will be the lowest blood pressure will be 70 plus 14, so 84.
That's the lowest blood. I want to take a step back for a second. When you get assigned a patient,
Okay.
is that your only patient at that time?
No.
On average, how many patients would you assign at any given time?
Depending on how many patients come in, all the patients were assigned to me during my shift.
How long is your shift?
10 hours, sometimes 10 hours, sometimes 12 hours.
Now, let's take the 12-hour shift. The calculation that you just did in front of the jury, is that the only calculation you do when you're examining a patient or their chart?
No, we look at some other relevant vital signs.
And you do other calculations
Right,
for that one patient.
right.
So on a 12-hour shift,
Okay.
well, withdrawn. On that night, was it a busy night or a slow night?
Regular nights, not really busy, not slow. We be seeing patient one after another.
So regular night, as you describe it,
Mm-hmm.
it's not slow, but you see patients one after another.
Okay.
Any breaks that you get?
Sometimes we got in between, we drinks, we go to bathroom, like this kind of things.
That night, did you take a break?
I don't remember.
On that night, which you said was a regular night, how many patients do you believe you were assigned at the time that you were evaluating Corey?
I don't remember either.
Was there an
Because
average?
depend upon I usually see average like about 20 plus or minus, so maybe that range.
So around 20 or so at any given time.
Right.
That's correct? So Corey was approximately one of approximately 20 patients.
Right.
Now, you said the chief complaint when Corey arrived was bruising, correct?
Right.
When you say chief complaint, you actually make a note of that on the chart, don't you?
Yes.
So the purpose of your evaluation was to make this assessment for abuse.
Right.
And part of the assessment that you did was, I think you called it, was it a bone survey?
Yes.
And the bone survey did not show anything remarkable.
No.
On the survey you did of the head, the brain,
Right.
nothing remarkable.
No. Did not see anything.
And you were specifically looking for what? Fractures of the bone?
Right.
Brain trauma?
Right.
And at one point, you marked him as stable to be discharged.
Right.
Now, on direct, Ms. Lento asked you if you had spoken to a DCP&P worker, correct?
Right.
And you answered in the affirmative. You did speak to a DCP&P worker.
Right.
And it was based on that you discharged Corey? Your answer on direct was yes. Do you recall this?
Right.
Now, when you discharge someone, do you discharge them based on a non-medical professional's opinion?
No. My medical clearance first. When the patient is medically clear, I call the social worker, that child abuse worker, saying, hey, we're going to discharge this patient. Do you guys agree? Do you have any plan to follow up? That is the reason I call them and let them know patient is medically clear.
Thank you for that clarification. That's what I was asking, right? You made the determination based on your own medical opinion
Right.
to discharge him.
Right.
Now, I do have a question. When you discharge a person in the state of New Jersey,
Right.
and they die within 24 hours, the medical examiner automatically enters to do an assessment, correct?
Right.
Objection, Judge, we're outside the scope.
That's overruled.
Okay.
Prior to coming here today, did you speak to the prosecution?
Yes, I did.
They prepped you for your testimony on direct, correct?
Not really.
When you say not really, they asked you questions.
Yes.
They told you what they were going to ask you, correct?
No. They said you will ask me question. We're going to ask all of those my findings. That's about it. They did not prep me.
Well, let's break down your answer for a second so that I understand.
Mhm.
You said they didn't prep you, but did they ask you questions when you met with them?
Right.
And you reviewed your chart, correct?
Right.
Now, on approximately page 20 or 47 of the medical record you're holding, can you take a look at it for me? Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Now, you ordered basic tests for
Right.
Corey,
Right.
and this was on, you know if you ordered them on April 1st or April 2nd?
April 1st.
When you ordered those basic tests, it included a COVID test and a SARS test, correct? And at some point during the night at approximately 12:43 a.m., that test was discontinued, correct?
Which test?
The SARS/COVID.
I don't think so.
Page 20 and 47, if that helps. let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I will.
Pointing your attention to the bottom of that page.
We did not cancel it. You can see the SAR result over here, COVID test, influenza A, B, RSV, everything is negative.
And when they list it as discontinued on the bottom of page 20, what does that mean?
I think resident ordered the wrong panel, and maybe that is the reason they cancel it. Because if you look at the next page, you will see the final result and everything come back negative.
That's part of the reason that you also check on what your residents do.
Right.
Now, you also administered acetaminophen to Corey, correct?
I have to take a look at it. I don't remember.
Take your time.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this chart. We usually look at it, our system. I can tell you, I can give you the answer right away. Over here is I have to flip everything.
Doctor, you reviewed the chart before coming to court today, correct?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you were focused on answering the questions the prosecution had when you were reviewing that chart?
no, I review all the things, but I don't remember because I've been seeing a lot of patients. So I think normally when the kids come in with this kind of things, this is our usual procedure. We give a pain medication because this is a 4 to 5 years old kids. So they cannot able to answer the correct question all the time. So look at it at bruises and ecchymosis, or maybe kids need the medication. That is what we usually do.
Can you go to page 9 of 47 and look at the bottom? List the medications. Let me know when you're ready.
Age 47.
Objection, Judge. Can we have a sidebar?
Sure.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue. The objection is overruled. The defense counsel is going to answer the doctor the questions about the medication.
I did not see any medication. The only thing I saw is a list of the medication given in Ocean Medical Center, ER. Those are the things. I did not see anything from the Jersey Shore. Maybe I overlooked. If you show me where the medication is, I can tell you whether that medication is from our ER or other places.
I believe you just clarified the medication that I was talking about. Thank you. You also stated on your that Corey was slightly dehydrated.
Yes.
Did your office or hospital administer any fluids to him?
No. Because he's very mild dehydrated. His vital signs are stable, so he doesn't need IV dehydration. We offer water, juice, snacks, everything, because very mild dehydration and patient can take PO. At that time, we did not give any IV fluids.
Now, Corey's mother brought him into the hospital, correct?
Yes.
If you know, was he in the mother's care prior to entering the hospital?
I don't know exactly how she cared her son.
Now, you also stated that the bruises you saw were in different levels of healing.
Yes.
Some were a few hours old, approximately.
I cannot. Few hours mean maybe 1 hour to 40 hours, 80 hours. Few hours mean.
Did you happen to review medical records while you were examining Corey from ID Pediatrics?
No.
So you didn't see the bruising chart from ID Pediatrics?
No.
So you wouldn't have been able to compare it to your own?
No.
Just have one more. Doctor, on the test results you received for Corey,
Okay.
was his sodium low?
Yes.
What about his creatine?
Creatinine is also low, a little bit.
What about the lymphocytes?
Lymphocyte is also low.
Is it possible when those numbers are low, that could be a sign of infection?
Objection.
No.
Okay, you can answer. Go ahead. Thank you.
Objection. Thank you.
Let's stick with questions and answers.
Just one final question. When you become a pediatrician, are you given different training than, say, a medical doctor that deals only with adults?
Pediatric training is different from adult training. That's why we have internal medicine and pediatrics. Internal medicine usually deal with adult. Pediatric usually deal with day one of life to 18 years old.
Why is that?
Because their system is different. Their developmental stages is different.
Well, if I can ask for an example for, like, heart rate, would you expect a child's heart rate to be quicker than adults?
Yes, because they are in the high metabolic state. That's why heart rate is always higher than adult.
And does sickness present in a different way in a child than it does in an adult?
Yes, different way.
For example, a child can de-escalate very quickly.
Yes.
No further questions.
Just redirect. So based upon the blood work, the physical examination, and also the bone survey, there was no indication to you whatsoever that Corey came to the emergency room or when he left the emergency room had any type of infection?
No.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No request.
Doctor, thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you. Should I leave it here?
Yes, that's fine.
Yes, sir, that's fine. Can I see counsel at sidebar? Around the order?
I'll let them know.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a break. I asked counsel to come to sidebar to determine what the status is. So, the prosecution is going to make sure the next witness is here. We're going to share with you, I have to do a hearing with that witness outside your presence, so that might be several minutes or so. So I want to give you the option. Would you like to go back to jury assembly? I don't want you to have to sit in the jury room for 30 minutes or so if it's cooped up. So it's
We're ready.
you're ready there? Okay. All right. Well, you guys are certainly doing a wonderful job. If I had designed the room, I would have made it bigger. So I appreciate your accommodating us with that. So if you get frustrated or something like that, feel free to knock on the door.
They have card games.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you so much. As always, don't discuss the case or deliberate at this time.
Take a fall down.
Juror number 12, sir.
Yes.
Can we see you over at sidebar?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To all the media outlets here, each of you were approved to cover the trial. You were provided with a copy of my original media order, and then I did an amended media order. In an abundance of caution, I need to remind everyone that there is no filming or photographing by video or still photographs of any juror, and if there's any juror's identity posted or otherwise distributed online or in print, that you'll be subject to the consequences set forth in that order. We're going to do a review if that's been breached or not. And we'll determine to take further action if that happens. We represent to this jury that they would not be filmed or photographed. So I'm going to advise the criminal division manager to do a review of everything that's occurred so far to see if there's still compliance with that, and we'll determine how to proceed. In the meantime, is counsel need a brief recess before we get the witness?
Judge, may the state have 10 minutes just to confer with the witness that they're here and just to, yes, thank you.
During that time, I'll see if we can, Ms. Sean can go through the papers.
Very good. All right, I'm going to step off so I can...
All rise. Please step out.
I've advised our management staff. I spoke to the trial court administrator, the criminal division manager, and the operations manager, who have reviewed all of the approved online media outlets. And by the way, are monitoring those outlets anyway, but in response to our concern, reviewed all those outlets. They can locate no picture or photograph of any jurors. There are one or two photographs which show the gallery with people sitting in it. So perhaps to someone unfamiliar with the layout of the courtroom or looking at it, you may think members of the public sitting in the gallery may appear to be jurors. The trial court administrator also advised me she went outside and spoke to all the approved media outlets who have confirmed compliance with my order. In light of that, no particular action I want to take. I'll hear from counsel, but I was thinking if you want, because juror number 12 told Sergeant Dugan, and his fellow jurors may have overheard that, we can advise the fellow jurors that, advise all the jurors that if they overheard that, we've confirmed that any photographs were just of members of the public in the gallery, and asked each of them if they can still be fair and impartial, or if there's any reason they can't be fair and impartial. Counsel have any response or position on that?
Judge, my initial response to that is if we're thinking that it was not serious and maybe his wife made a mistake, why would we want to now highlight it to the jury?
Understood.
That's my initial response. So if we get if another juror brings it up or somebody brings it up, I guess then we have to react at that point. But I think if we now tell them, did you overhear this? Did you discuss it? Now they're going to start saying to themselves, are we being seen? Are people seeing us? And it may cause exactly what I'm concerned about, is their lack of trust in the system. So that would be my opinion.
Let me ask Sergeant Dugan. Juror number 12 said that to you as he was in the box getting ready to go in the jury room in front of other jurors, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so my point is, he told us he hadn't shared it with anybody this morning, but when he brought it to the sergeant's attention, other people may have heard it. So
if you it looks like you're leaning towards something, and if you are, can you just add to that, if you've made a determination that you want to say something, add to it that the court staff has been actively monitoring everything that has been going on here, and there has been no breach of my order. If you want to say anything.
what's the state's position?
Your Honor, we would defer to the court. If the court feels it's appropriate to take more further action, then we would be in agreement with that as well. We would really defer to the court.
My only concern with not saying anything, Mr. Gallucci, is if I'm sitting next to juror number 12 as a juror, I hear him say that, I'm going, well, what's happening? You called him out twice to talk to him, and they're going to wonder, like, okay, is there an answer to that? So I think it's better to give them the answer. I certainly don't want to destroy their trust, but what I'm trying to do is make sure I reaffirm their trust rather than just leave it a mystery. So I think that's better unless you're concerned that it'll somehow make it worse.
You're a very fine jurist, you're a very good judge, and that's not gratuitous. I don't mean that in the least. If that is what you want to do, I defer to you.
All right. So my proposal would be to say to them that juror number 12 brought to our attention that a family member indicated that perhaps a photo of jurors appeared in the news media. We've independently searched that, plus we monitor the approved news outlets, and the only thing we've located is a photo of some people in the gallery, which perhaps could be mistaken by someone, and we've reconfirmed with the news media, approved news media outlets, that they're not photographing jurors, and then I'll poll the jurors, the remaining 15 jurors, based upon everything I've just said. Is there any reason that you cannot be fair and impartial? We'll go through that and get those answers. So I'd rather wait to bring them out when we're ready. So let's do the 104 hearing first, and when we bring them out, we can do that when they first come out. Acceptable?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Who's this witness you're calling?
Your Honor, it's Mr. Cicerone.
Mr. Cicero?
Hi, sir.
Hi,
Good morning, sir. Thank you.
good morning.
If you could remain standing, raise your right hand, the court reporter in front of you will swear you in, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your Honor, may I approach? I do have copies of transcriptions I can provide to the court reporters as to the
Can
court
you
as well.
state your full name for the record and spell it, please?
Sure. Richard Cicerone, Richard Cicerone.
Thank you.
Thank you. So what's going to happen is you can ask questions now outside the presence of the jury, and then if you testify again in front of the jury, we'll swear you in a second time so the jurors can see that. All right?
Okay.
Thank you for your cooperation.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lanza.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cicerone, where do you work?
I work for the Division of Child Protection and Permanency, the New Jersey Child Abuse Hotline.
Okay, and are you a screening worker?
Yes, I'm a screening worker.
And can you tell the court what you do as a screening worker?
So as a screening worker, we receive calls that when individuals contact the child abuse hotline, I am the screener that picks up the phone and hears the concerns and generates the appropriate report.
Are these phone calls recorded that are received to the child abuse hotline?
They are.
Now, on April 2nd of 2021, at approximately 10:04 a.m., did you receive a phone call from the child abuse hotline from a person whom identified themselves as Chris Gregor?
I did.
And you are the person who actually answered that call.
Yes, I am.
And you spoke to the person who identified himself as Chris Gregor.
Yes, I did.
And this phone conversation was recorded.
It was.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm now showing you what has been marked S45A for identification. And can you tell us what that is?
It is a flash drive?
And are you familiar as to what is contained on that flash drive?
Yes.
And is that the phone conversation that you had with a person who identified himself as Chris Gregor on April 2nd of 2021?
Yes, it is.
And you have reviewed that conversation prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked S45B for identification purposes. And do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you tell the court what that is, please?
This appears to be a transcript of that call from that day.
And did you review that transcript before you came to court today?
Yes.
And does that transcript accurately depict the phone conversation that you had with someone who identified themselves as Chris Gregor on April 2nd of 2021?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, permission to move into evidence for the purposes of this hearing, it would be S45A and to publish.
Mr. Lucia.
No objection.
S45A in evidence for the purposes of this 104 hearing.
Good morning. You've reached New Jersey Child Abuse Hotline. This call will be recorded for quality assurance. My name is Richard, Agent 1553. May I please have your name and your contact number?
Sure, it's Chris Gregor. My number is 609-495-497.
You cut out 609-495.
4917.
And your last name, how do you spell your last name?
Gregor.
And Are you calling from an agency or a facility today?
No.
And who is the child you're calling about? What's their name?
His name is Corey Mitchell, COREYMICCIOLLO.
And it was Corey, you said C-O-R-E-Y?
Correct.
Okay, and what's his date of birth?
May 1st, 2014.
And what's your relationship to him?
I'm his father, and he primarily resides with me.
And what's your address at home?
It's 900 Barngate Boulevard North, Unit 903 in Barngate, New Jersey.
What was your unit number?
903.
All right, and who else resides in your home?
Just my dog, my son, and me.
All right, and who is the mother to the child?
That is the person I'm calling about. Her name is Brianna, B-R-E-A-N-N-A, same last name.
Same last name as Corey?
Correct.
Okay, and where does she live at?
I'm unsure.
Do you have a phone number for her or any way to contact?
I don't have it readily available, but you guys have been involved numerous times with us, so I'm sure that it's in the documentation somewhere.
Okay, all right, and what were the concerns today for the child?
So, essentially, his mother has put in an emergent application after filing
For custody of the child?
yeah, so she essentially filed with the abuse allegation, which there's a worker that's actively involved. The worker has came out to the house unannounced for the first visit, has discussed with my son privately what happened to the collusion that he had. My son has described that it was from football. Now, fast forward to yesterday, actually, it was this past weekend, my son's mother had him. She had him the entire weekend, and she had called DCP on Friday. She called again on Sunday, which kind of made no sense in my mind, considering she had him that entire time. Nonetheless, now fast forward to yesterday. Yesterday, the DCP worker that we have been working with informed me that my son needed to go get an evaluation done within 7 business days, or 7 days, excuse me. His son's mother then decided that to take it upon herself during the 3-hour visit yesterday to take my son to the doctor, to the hospital, and she just went video silent, essentially from 7:30 until 1 o'clock in the morning. And I had no idea what was going on. She would not leave my son's side, and I was not able to be there for my son. And then furthermore, my son came back this morning, and he was stating to me that his mom said that he had to tell the doctor that I had hit him, and things of that nature, and coaching him. I tried to call our caseworker, but of course he's not answering. She said that the caseworker told her to disregard the visitation and to go to the hospital. So, which I imagine is not the case, considering he had up to 7 days to do so, that it didn't have to be done the same day and against a court order.
So, I mean, I can tell you that even not knowing this case at all, it's not something that DCP would, restrict any sort of contact without any sort of documentation or court order involvement, kind of stating that. So that does not appear accurate. But I mean, and I can obviously note what you're telling me. I know that the worker didn't answer. The worker is probably, the offices are closed today. So this information will get, passed on to a worker. That way they can see this information as part of the case. But no, there's nobody available at this point in order for you to speak to.
No, and I figured as much, but I wanted to document that my son had came home today after he was supposed to come home at 7:30 last evening. His mother refused to leave his side, so I was not able to be there for my son. And he said it was at the direction of DCP. And furthermore, the big issue for me is, she put in an abuse allegation, which she's done over a dozen times. And every single time he has said that it is not the case. He has said it to the worker twice, once on Friday, once on Sunday when the worker came back out. Now, after she had him for an extended period of time yesterday and had him at the hospital and was coaching him to say that I hit him, he said it. So my big concern is just, that her coaching is going to be disregarded and it's only going to be regarded in his statement.
And I'll definitely make note of what you're saying, and the worker has to take all things into account. And I obviously can't speak for how the case itself is going to be managed, but I mean, I will note everything that we're talking about and make sure that the worker gets a copy of it.
Yeah, because realistically, the worker has spoken to my son at my residence, and my son's very comfortable here, so there's no issues with that. And my son, I need to know the worker was coming. So even if I wanted to do something like she did and coach my son to say a particular thing, I had zero time to do so.
Yeah.
So, I just wanted documented that he came home and one of the first things first two things he said to me is, I don't want to go with my mom anymore. She's going to try to keep me away from you. And then he also said that, mom told me to lie, I had to lie. And that was a huge concern of mine.
Yep, I'll definitely make notice. I do have some mandated questions to ask you about your household, as well as mom's household. And if you don't know the answers, you can just tell me that you're unaware.
Sure.
All right, what's the race and language of everybody involved?
White and English.
Any domestic violence, criminal history, or current substance abuse issues for anybody that you're aware of?
None of my household, their household, yes. The mother has significant substance abuse issues with methamphetamines, amphetamines, and heroin. And I actually am highly concerned that she's relapsing at this time.
What do you say that she's relapsing at this time?
She's acting very erratic, and it's extremely out of character for her, and there's no rationale behind it.
Any special needs, disabilities, or diagnosed mental health issues?
Well, also I wanted to see that the mother's sister, so my son's aunt, who by court order is not supposed to be around my son, is around my son, and she just got out of jail for drug charges. And then there's also the maternal grandmother.
Any indication that the aunt is using around the child, and what's her name actually?
Her name is Nicole, Mitchell, and last name. No indication that she's using around him, at least that I'm aware of.
And what were you going to say about the grandparents?
Maternal grandmother's boyfriend, who also lives at the household, is a two-time felon, convicted felony of assault. And he, by court order, is not supposed to be there as well, but he is every time my son is there.
All right, and related to mom's drug issues, I know you said that you believe she relapsed. Any indication, besides her acting erratic and irrational, like did anybody say they saw her under the influence or any specific evidence of her using drugs?
Not specific evidence in that regard. Also, she started hanging around her ex-boyfriend who she was using with. She's been around my son as well, which is also against court order.
Any safety concerns in either home for a worker? Any vicious animals, weapons?
No, not I'm aware of.
Any child prostitution, pornography, or forced labor regarding anybody?
Not here, and not that I'm aware of over there.
Any international travel for anybody within the last 14 days?
No.
Anybody either having COVID-19 or suspected to have COVID-19?
No.
And anybody having any series of respiratory infections, coughs, sore throat, anything like that?
No, but going back, I remember you asked a question about like mental disorders and things like that. The mother has PTSD from being bullied in middle school, and my son is diagnosed as emotionally disturbed, with the classification he had when he lived with his mother, based on the past aggressive behaviors he showed, which does not exhibit anymore.
And I know that he's with you now. When is the next time he's due to see mom?
I believe it is next Tuesday.
What time, do we know?
4:30 to 7:30, but knowing her, it's going to go over, and she'll find an excuse to justify bringing the court order again.
And that contact that she has with him, when it happens, is it unsupervised?
Yes, correct.
All right, so this will go into our Ocean South office. That way they have this information as communication. Is there anything else I could do for you?
No, that's really it. I'm just, worried that she coached him to say something. He came home and told me it, but, maybe it's going to be considered, and it's just a huge concern of mine. On top of everything else.
Well, I hope everything does work out. I'll definitely make this notification.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Now, Mr. Cicerone, was that an accurate depiction of the conversation that you had with the person identified as Chris Gregor on April 2nd of 2021, starting at 10:04 a.m.?
Yes, it was.
And you recognize your voice on the audio that we just heard?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, no further questions at this time.
Mr. Galucci.
How are you, Mr. Cicerone?
I'm good, thank you.
Nice to meet you. Had you ever, I don't know how the call center works. I'm assuming that there's a phone bank of some type, or how does that work?
So it's a main NJ child abuse hotline number. Somebody who's calling in with concerns for a family or a child would call the phone number. And then there are multiple screeners who would take calls from that individual about the concerns that they have.
So you're not a particular person assigned to a particular case. It goes randomly.
Correct. It's completely random. You pick up the phone and whoever's there is there, and you screen the call as appropriately.
And is this the first time you ever received a call from this person that identified himself as Christopher Gregor?
I believe it was, yes.
So you had never spoken to Christopher Gregor before?
No.
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right, sir, thanks so much. We'll probably have you back in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Appreciate it. Just watch this, guys.
Do I leave this?
Yeah, leave it right there. The state has an application that must be played to the jury.
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
What's your position, Mr. Galucci?
I have really one concern. There are two portions of the conversation that discuss some of the things that you discussed in your order, limiting some of the, I'll tell you what it is, so maybe you have a better idea. On page, I don't know if you have a transcript.
I do.
Okay, on page 2, if you go down like into the middle of the page, it's Christopher, where he says, I don't have it readily available, but you guys have been involved numerous times. The word numerous times indicates that there are complaints back and forth to DCP&P. And when you take that in combination with what's on page 4 of 7, the top of the page, the first Christopher Gregor thing, she's put in abuse allegations, which she's done over a dozen times, and then you go to the next Christopher Gregor, and every single time she said it, it is not the case. I mean, I understand, the rest of this is whatever it is, but that is, to me, is now bringing in all the prior DCP&P allegations, because he's referencing it. He's saying every single time it's not there, there's allegations made dozens of times, and there's no real meat behind any of that. And now the jury's going to hear, everything that we've been discussing through this whole trial has been limited to whatever it's been limited to, and now all of a sudden we're opening the door to all these numerous other back and forth allegations without any meat to it. So as far as if we could redact those just tiny little portions, I have no problem with the rest of this.
Your Honor, the state would have to go through it and speak to counsel about redactions. We're not opposed to making some redactions, but it obviously would have to make sense we have certain portions, obviously, with this that we would like to play. But right now, I would have to look through it and sit with counsel to discuss what he wants redacted. And this witness, again, today, we proffered for a 104 hearing. We can certainly sit with counsel and try to come to some agreement. But in purposes of the admissibility, it is the defendant's statement. It's not a police statement. It's a free and voluntary call that is made to a hotline. The worker has no knowledge of the case, no involvement in the case.
Well, in terms of generally as the admissibility of the defendant's statement, I find it's clearly voluntary. No doubt about that. There's no Miranda issues. The defendant is not in custody. The police aren't involved. The defendant initiates the call. So I find the state's established the voluntary nature of the statement such that it can be admissible. In terms of the reference in the middle of page 2 and at the top of page 4 about prior times, there's simply no way that could satisfy the standard for admission of a other bad act. As the parties are aware, there's a State versus Cofield has a 4-part test for the admission of other bad acts, and the first factor is relevance. The other bad acts are maybe marginally or tangentially relevant, but not at all. They're not highly probative. The second factor is reasonably close in time, although that factor is not entitled to universal application. Here, there's no way to determine when in time they were. The third factor is there clear and convincing proof, and there's no clear and convincing proof. Otherwise, we would have had prior hearings on the admissibility of those. And the final factor is whether or not the probative value is substantially outweighed by the prejudice, and it is. So the jury should not hear about a dozen times or so that DCP and P has been involved before that. If the jury is able to hear about that, it would have to hear about it from much more sufficient documentation as opposed to just this comment in a phone call. The defendant obviously mentions that in terms of his concern about whether the child was coached, but in terms of DCP and P's knowledge of the number. But I agree with defense counsel; those lines have to come out. It's easy enough to do on the transcript. How much time do you need to do that on the recording?
Judge, we can do it on the recording. We're not going to be able to put the witness on today, obviously, but we can do that. I mean, I don't know. And we have to make the decision, too, of all that's coming out, of what we want to proffer as well. I mean, really, we wanted one...
A couple of lines is all it is. It's not all that coming out.
But I mean, we can't redact, I can't be in court doing this and then be redacting the video. So we could have it done by the trial ends before our state's case is over, but we can release the witness, we'll go back, we'll look at it, we'll make the redactions, and then we can call him. You want, just so we're clear, what do you want to come out of the transcript? Is any DIFUS reference, or?
Just the two things.
Well,
just those two things. Well, that's.
I'm not independently objecting to things. I'm listening
that's what
to
I'm
defense
asking.
counsel's objection. So what I'll do is I'm going to have the court mark this as the court clerk mark this as the next court exhibit in order. I've highlighted those lines Mr. Gallucci has brought out. It's a relatively simple thing to do this. I don't even have a problem to black it out. I'll give the jury an instruction that portion of the transcript was blacked out. They're not to speculate as to the reasons why nor the contents of those omissions. In terms of the actual recording,
right.
I appreciate it might take a little bit longer to do that. I'm starting to get concerned with enough witnesses here. You know, we're getting done early in the morning, we're getting done early in the afternoon, and now we don't have anybody else this morning. We need to have witnesses here for the jurors.
Judge,
And I go great lengths not to criticize anyone on the record in front of the jury for that, but it's obvious to the jurors that it's the state's case. So now I'm going to come back and tell them, well, I'm not another witness this morning. And that troubles me because I don't want there to be some feeling amongst the jurors that we're just wasting their time. We're prolonging the trial more than we need to. So I really respect. I know you don't want to have a trial tomorrow, but next week you need to have people lined up. This is a murder trial of a 6-year-old. Unless it's an emergency physician, which I respect, if someone has to sit outside for an hour, sit over in your office for an hour, and be delayed, oh well, that's a subpoena, and they need to comply with that. We need to have people here. So we're going from one witness to another. Because we've asked them to be available to June 7th, and I don't want to just artificially drag it out so it goes to June 7th.
Your Honor, just for purposes of scheduling today, we did advise the court that it was going to be a doctor, and he was here on time.
Yes,
In regard to this witness,
He's a pediatric emergency physician. I'm not gonna ask the state to have him sit around all afternoon and then not get reached. That's not what I mean. But a state worker, for instance, a detective, those people are getting paid, part of their job. If they have to sit for a couple hours, I think that they'd understand that, so.
understood, Judge. I just wanted to put on the record that it was within our full anticipation that the witness was going to testify today. The state was not advised prior to today that there was an objection or there was going to be any redactions needed. So that's why we did proceed that way. However, Your Honor, we will take note of that and we will have our witnesses lined up as well.
All right, how do you propose I address this with the jury? We're going to poll them, obviously, about the other issue, but how do you propose I address this witness with the jury?
Judge, I'll defer to you. It's two sentences.
I don't know how difficult it is to do that on a recording, though, for instance. So.
And Your Honor, just to advise the court, are other witnesses available as well as here, my understanding?
Sorry, I thought there was an issue with starting, though. You said the photographs.
No, Sergeant Scutti is here and available. It's just that it's my understanding. I don't know if counsel necessarily agrees with the redactions I had done on the pictures.
Well, how fast are you going to get those pictures?
Oh, I had them done. I had backups done and everything.
How fast are you going to get to them in his testimony? Can we put them on? You're going to ask some preliminary questions. It's already 11:30. We're going to poll the jury. So if you get to that point at 12:15, then you can stop and you can talk about it more over lunch.
Sure, Judge.
Tell the jury to take another 2-hour lunch like we did yesterday, which I really don't want to do.
And Judge, to be quite honest with you, 99.9% of the pictures I've agreed with. And I don't disagree with the two, and I just started looking at the redaction. So I think that we could even start with the pictures. It's just there's two pictures that Ms. Schron was redacted. She was showing me those redactions when we came back up again.
All right, so then I'm not even telling them about this DCP&B worker. They don't know what witness was out here.
Right.
We'll poll them at that issue, and then we'll go to Detective Scutti.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, I'm just going to make sure that he's in the hallway as well.
Please. So I'm going to ask Mr. Moldy to give you copies of the portion I highlighted and redacted from Court Exhibit C.
Your Honor, can we release the worker as well? He could go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for reminding me of that. We'll send it back in, waiting for the next witness. So, in the future, you can err on the side of the caution, particularly the detective. I don't care if the detective sits out there all morning. He could have been here at 9 a.m. for that matter, getting paid for it. So, in the future, I'd ask the state to err on the side of having people available too early as opposed to not on time.
All right. You step out. Jury out.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for your patience, and we apologize for the delay. Something I'd like to explain to you. Juror number 12 brought to Sergeant Dugan's attention, who then advised me, and then we spoke to juror number 12 directly, that a family member of his told him that there was photos of the jury or jurors in a newspaper. So I can tell you from the very beginning, any news outlet here has to be approved by the trial court administrator's office. I had done a detailed set of restrictions, the primary one of which was no filming or photography of the jurors. In addition, we monitor that as well, even before juror number 12 brought to our attention. So after that, I spoke to the attorneys about it, of course, and I have our trial court administrator and our criminal division manager review all of the approved media outlets, and we cannot locate any photograph that shows the jurors at all, or even remotely close. There are a couple photographs which show people sitting in a row in the gallery, so our assumption is that perhaps someone unfamiliar with the courtroom looking at a photograph may think people sitting in a row like that are jurors. But what I'm going to do is I'd like to ask each one of you, is there anything at all about that situation or anything else, since you were selected for the jury, that prevents you from being fair and impartial? A no answer would mean you're fine, you can continue. A yes answer would mean we would speak to you individually. So, juror number 1. Juror number 2. No. Juror number 4.
No.
Juror number 5. No. Juror number 6.
No.
Juror number 7. No. Juror number 8.
No.
Juror number 9.
No.
Juror number 10.
No.
Juror number 11.
No.
Juror number 12.
No.
Juror number 13.
No.
Juror number 14.
No.
Juror number 15.
No.
And juror number 16.
No.
Thank you. Anything from counsel?
No, Judge, thank you.
No, Your Honor. All right. Thanks so much. State of the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would like to call Matthew Scutti.
Hi, Detective. Come on in. The court report's going to swear you in, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. And could you state your full name and spell it, please?
Detective Sergeant Matthew Scutti, SCU.
Matthew, and
Yes.
Thank you, Detective Sergeant. Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Good
morning.
Morning. What do you work for?
The Ocean County Sheriff's Office with the Crime Scene Investigation Unit.
And in what capacity do you work for them?
I am a sergeant so I'm a supervisor for the unit.
What is the Ocean County Sheriff's Department's crime scene unit?
We are a full-service forensic agency for the entire county. We help with investigations in every town, along with the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office and the Ocean County Department of Corrections as well.
And I think you said this, but the crime scene unit falls under the Sheriff's Department?
That is correct. We are a function of the investigative unit of the Sheriff's Department.
Prior to becoming employed with the Sheriff's Department, did you have any formal education?
Graduated high school, some college degree, and then I went to the Ocean County Police Academy.
Okay. What year did you go to the Ocean County Police Academy?
2007.
And after going to the Ocean County Police Academy in 2007, what did you do with respect to your career next?
I spent first 2 years in the courthouse in the judicial unit. After that, in 2010, I was transferred to the crime scene investigative unit, where we then received specialized training through the New Jersey State Police, as well as various other trainings throughout our career between the state and nationwide. And I've been there since 2010, with 1 year. When I was promoted in 2018, I was moved over to the warrants unit.
What were you before you were promoted? What was your title?
I was sheriff's officer and a sheriff's officer detective.
What types of trainings have you had with respect to crime scene investigation?
Every detective goes through the New Jersey State Police Crime Scene School. That's our initial training into the crime scene. So I received that in April of 2010. That's a 6-week class, which I then graduated. Over the years, I was able to attend the medical legal death investigation class at St. Louis University, blood spatter, shooting reconstruction, death investigation, anywhere from just learning techniques on how to get better at property crimes all the way up to homicide investigations.
About how many investigations do you think you've been involved in since being with the crime scene unit?
Thousands.
So what role does do you call it CSI?
Yes, CSI.
Okay, the crime scene unit or CSI play in investigations in Ocean County?
So in Ocean County, our main function is we are in charge of all the physical parts of the investigation. That would be the scenes, the physical evidence. In cases of death investigations, we would be the ones that manipulate and photograph the body with the medical examiner's office. But we basically run our own investigation that runs parallel with everyone else in terms of we are more of the physical type of the investigation as opposed to the interviews and interrogation part of an investigation.
And how does the crime scene unit become involved in an investigation typically?
We are notified by the initial responding agency, so either the town would call us, and then in some circumstances we'll get called directly by the prosecutor's office to respond to an investigation.
Did you become involved in the investigation into the death of Corey Mitchell?
Yes.
And do you know when you became involved?
On April 2nd, 2021, approximately 6 p.m., we received a call for a death of a 6-year-old down at Southern Ocean Medical Center in Ocean County, Stafford Township.
After receiving that notification, what did you do?
Immediately dispatched 2 of my detectives to the hospital to gather information and also document the condition of the body at that time.
Now, as a sergeant in the crime scene unit, is your role different than that of a detective?
So my job is to basically coordinate the investigation, the investigative efforts, coordinate information that's coming from other sources such as the prosecutor's office or the local police department, and relay that to my officers, and then also whatever my detectives are finding, I'm mainly the filter, relaying it back to them, on top of placing them where they need to be, reviewing search warrants with them, and going over the scenes with them in total.
So you said you sent detectives to Southern Ocean Medical Center?
Yes.
Okay. When did you do that?
Approximately 6 o'clock, they were dispatched down there to go down there.
Do you recall who you sent there?
Yes, Detective Tyler Walsh and Detective Joseph Chester.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you do?
At that point, I started making contact with the other agencies, such as the prosecutor's office and Barnegat Township Police Department, as well as keeping in touch with my detectives who were in touch with the medical examiner's office at that time.
Did you do anything else after that you described?
I then went down there and met up with the investigative team at that point.
Okay, where did you meet them?
900 Barnegat Boulevard in Barnegat Township.
Do you know about what time you went there?
Roughly around 10:30 that night we were there.
On April 2nd?
On April 2nd.
Okay, and why did you go there?
That was what we were described as the last place where Corey was. That was his father's residence. So that was where we were going back to do a search of the residence to look for what possibly could give us information as to what happened.
And when you got there, who was there?
There was Detective Joseph Mitchell, Detective Purcell from the Barnegat Township Police Department, and as well as officers from the Barnegat Township Police Department who were securing the scene.
Okay. What do you mean by they were securing the scene?
So once we figured out where we need to go in any investigation, we try to keep it as pristine as we can from the condition that it was in. So what we do is we send either the local town will already be there, or we'll send an officer there, and basically that officer secures the scene, not allowing anyone in or out until we've done a search of the residence.
So there wouldn't have been anybody walking around inside prior to your arrival?
No.
What was anyone or anything in the residence when police arrived?
When police arrived and when they made entry, there was a dog inside the residence that was secured by the Barnegat Township Animal Control.
From the outside of the residence, did you make any observations?
The only observations was it was a apartment complex, consisted of many, many buildings, 2-story apartment complexes with the tan siding, and there really wasn't much notable concern outside.
Was there an apartment number affixed to the exterior?
Yes.
And did you go inside?
Yes.
What happened when you went inside?
When we go inside, we do an initial, first the responding Barnegat Township police officers do initial clearing for safety to make sure that there's no one inside hiding or anyone else injured inside the residence. At that point, we begin our search process. The scene then gets turned over to us once it's made safe, and we document everything that we see through photographs and reports.
Did you make any observations of the residence once you were inside?
Just that it was a standard apartment. It was 2nd story, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen, a family room, but nothing really jumped out at us at that moment.
Other than visual observations, did you make any other observations with any of your other senses?
Yes, there was a smell emanating from what we kind of narrowed down to the child's bedroom of the lingering odor of either cleaned up or dried vomit.
And how were you able to narrow it down to that location within the apartment?
The smell was stronger coming from there. We didn't see anything, but we were able to smell it.
So you didn't find any vomit?
No.
What else did you do when you were in the apartment that night?
We did a quick initial search of the residence. We didn't want to go through it with a fine-tooth comb just yet because we had an autopsy scheduled for 9 a.m. the next morning. So in this case, because we didn't have much information as to why we had a deceased 6-year-old, we decided as the investigative team that it would be better to do a quick cursory search of the apartment and then secure it for the night and go back the next day.
What did the cursory search consist of?
We're basically looking for anything that may jump out at us at that point, and also looking in areas to see if there's something we can find that may lead us to what happened. So with the apartment being pretty minimally furnished and having minimal items inside of it, it was a rather quick search, but we were able to look inside the top layer of the garbage can as well as the family room and the bedrooms.
While you were there, did you seize any evidence?
That night, phones were taken, as well as a paper that was from Hackensack Meridian Hospital for Corey Mitchell.
Did you take any pictures?
Yes.
Now, were you actually the one taking the pictures, or did you assign someone to take the pictures?
No, Detective Chester, who was at the hospital, was with me, and he was assigned to do photographs.
And were you with him while he did that?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes, certainly.
Sergeant Scutti, I'm approaching you with what's been marked for identification as S67. Put them down here for you. S68. 69. 70. 71. 24, which is already in evidence. 72. 73, 80, and 74. Could you do me a favor and take a look at the exhibits I just gave you and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes.
Are those the photographs that you were referring to that were taken in your presence on the evening of April 2nd, 2021?
Yes.
And do those photographs accurately depict how the apartment appeared when you were in it on that evening?
Yes.
Could you briefly, and also use the exhibit number, tell me what each picture is?
So S67 is the approach to the family room coming up the steps from the front door entrance. S68 is the family room facing back towards the area where we had just entered the apartment. S69 is the family room transitioning to the kitchen, showing the relation of the kitchen to the family room. S70 is the family room facing towards the back wall of the apartment. S71 was the child's bedroom. S24 is the paper that says My Chart from Hackensack Meridian Hospital. S72 is the garbage can as it appeared before we did any searching to it. S73 is the garbage can with the plastic bag that was on top of it removed. S80 is the garbage can from the child's bedroom. And S74 is the seal we place on the door when we exit for the evening.
Your Honor, request to move those items into evidence, understanding that S24 was already moved through Ms. Mitchell, and then publish all of those photographs for the jury.
There's no objection, Your Honor.
S67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, and 80 in evidence. And I'm sorry, and 74 as well.
Sergeant Scutti, we're looking at S67. Now, I know that you gave a brief description, but the jurors couldn't see what you were looking at. Can you please describe for the jury what we see, and if at any point in time you feel like you need to get closer to point, I'll ask the court if you may do that, okay?
So S67 is, because it was a second floor apartment, there was a staircase that was two parts. And this is the second part of the staircase from the landing heading towards the family room of the apartment.
Next exhibit. S68, could you please tell us what is seen here?
So S68 is the family room, and the way we take our pictures is we always show where we're going to where we came from. So this is now showing back towards that staircase, you can see in the background by the door, and also it shows the location of the kitchen as well.
And when you were inside of this area of the apartment, could you tell me what, if anything, you observed?
It was furnished with a couch, end table, along with a coffee table. There were some cups on the coffee table as well that looked like they had been drank out of during the day. And then the kitchen over to the right-hand side was just your standard apartment kitchen.
Next exhibit, please. S69, could you tell us what we see here?
So S69 is now moving towards the kitchen. That shows the transition between the family room and the kitchen. The pictures are made to show for relation, as well as that depicts the garbage can that is in the kitchen against the wall.
Is there anything on the ground depicted in the photograph from your recollection of being in the apartment that night?
Gray pair of sweatpants, it looks like.
Next photograph. Could you tell us what is depicted in S70?
So this is the family room headed towards the back of the apartment, showing the location of where the other rooms would be in the house. Residence.
The next photograph, please. S71, could you describe S71?
So S71 was the bed in the rear bedroom, which was the child's bedroom. This is showing the bed in the condition that we found it. This was not searched or altered before we were in there. And it shows the pillow and blankets on top, as well as the magazine rack and the end table next to the bed.
Is this exactly how that room appeared when police responded to the apartment?
Upon our entry, that is how the bedroom appeared.
And is this the room that you described the stronger smell of vomit coming from?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. S72, could you describe to us what is seen here?
S72 is the garbage can with a white plastic bag on top of it in the kitchen.
S73.
It's the same garbage can we took the top layer off, which was the white garbage bag, and it shows the garbage that's inside of the garbage can.
Did you disturb anything in that garbage can aside from removing the top layer, that white plastic bag?
No, that was all we did that evening.
Okay. And from being in the apartment that night, what, if anything, did you observe in that de-layered garbage can?
We could see a McDonald's bag, and as well as some other garbage that looked like some stationary items and various garbage items, including cleaning wipes. But other than that, we didn't really dig too much into the garbage that night.
Next photograph, please. S80. Could you describe what that is, please?
That is the garbage can in the child's bedroom, which is empty.
Next photograph, please.
So this was the paperwork on the kitchen counter, which was the Hackensack Meridian My Health Chart for Corey Mitchell.
And how many pages was that?
1 page.
Next photograph, please. Okay. Now, could you please describe what's depicted in S74 and why that's significant to you?
So when we decide to clear the residence for the night, we secure it. And how we do that is we have not only visual contact on it with an officer, we also put a seal on the door for integrity. That seal is signed, timed and dated, as long as photographed, to show that that next morning when we return, or whenever we return, that seal is still intact and no one has entered that apartment since we left.
Thank you. After being at the apartment in Barnegat on the night of April 2nd, what, if any, other involvement did you have in this investigation?
So at that night, we sent another detective up to Englishtown to the mother's residence.
Why did you do that?
For the same reason we went to the father's residence, we still are trying to develop a story on what happened, so we knew that these were the two places that the child would reside, so we then did the same thing which we did there, as we went and searched it.
Do you know where that residence was located?
Englishtown, New Jersey. I don't remember the exact address. If I could have my report.
So you drafted a report with respect to this case?
One of our officers did draft a report.
And do you review those reports as the sergeant?
Yes.
And if I showed you that report, would it refresh your recollection with regard to where that location was?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Certainly.
Detective, or Sergeant, I'm sorry. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as S108. Do you recognize S108?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That is the report authored by Detective Tyler Walsh on reference to the search at 58 Oxford Court, Englishtown, New Jersey.
So I guess it refreshed your recollection about where it was?
Yes.
Okay, that's the report you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, thank you. As a result of reviewing that and assigning the tasks, are you aware of what was done at that residence?
Very similar to what we did. He was allowed into the residence by the mother and the grandmother, Bree Michelow and her mother. He then searched the entire basement, which is where Bree resided, and did the same thing that we do everywhere else: photograph and search and look for anything that may stand out of the ordinary.
What, if any, other involvement did you have in this investigation?
We wrapped up after that, and then the next morning, which would be later in the morning after the search at Englishtown, the autopsy was conducted at 9 a.m. on Saturday the 3rd.
April 3rd?
April 3rd.
Okay. And did you go to that?
Yes.
And when you went, where was that located?
Community Medical Center in Toms River.
And when you got there, was anybody else there, or did you go with anyone else?
There were 2 detectives from my unit, Detective Daniel Lesnikowski and Detective Ralph Laudicina, as well as Detective Purcell from Barnegat Township Police Department, Detective Dennis Mitchell, Detective Joe Mitchell, Sergeant John Carroll, and Lieutenant Brian Haggerty of the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office.
Now, while you were there, what was your understanding of what your role was?
So our role in the autopsy is we basically work hand in hand with the medical examiner, which was who does the autopsy, and we do all the photographs and collection of any evidence from that autopsy.
Were photographs taken?
Yes.
Okay. Who took the photographs?
Detective Lesnikowski.
And were you in his presence while he was taking them?
Yes.
Right. And who directed him to take the photographs that he took?
We have a set of standard photographs we take on every autopsy, then everything else after that is done at the direction of the medical examiner, pathologist conducting the examination.
Judge, may we approach sidebar so I could show the court the pictures first?
Sure.
Thank you.
members of the jury, Ms. Strong has a few more questions, and we'll probably break for lunch at that point, but we have a few more minutes, so Ms. Strong, please proceed.
Thank you. So you were saying that when you go to the autopsy, your purpose there, part of that is to take photographs, right?
Correct.
And I think you had said that some of them are standard and some of them are at the direction of the medical examiner?
Correct.
Okay. When you first get to the autopsy before you begin your pictures, could you tell me what happens?
So
What happened in this one?
So the deceased is transported from the location of incident, which in this case was Southern Ocean Medical Center. We seal the body bag. Every body bag is identified and sealed. The decedent's information. It also is the seal numbers placed on the bag, and also in very large letters, "Do not open." So that bag is basically now treated as evidence from Southern Ocean Medical Center to Community Medical Center. We have a funeral home. We have funeral homes on contract that transport for us. So in this case, he was transported to Community Medical Center, where he is then placed under the care of their security and morgue, where he's signed in, kept in the morgue, and remains there until we arrive for the autopsy the next day.
And when you arrived for the autopsy the next day, what was the procedure initially?
So the initial procedure is the bag is brought into the examination room, placed on a table, and we then rephoto that bag as we last left it, which would be sealed and marked. We then rephoto all that again, and then the bag is then unsealed by the medical examiner's personnel to begin the examination.
Okay. And was there a name and markings contained on that bag?
Yes.
Okay. What were those, if you could tell me?
It would be the name Corey Michelow and his date of birth, social security number, the bag time, who bagged it, and the seal number.
And all those things were present on there when you arrived at the autopsy?
Yes.
The next day. And were they the same or substantially similar to the hospital the night before?
Yes.
Now, after you photograph the bag in that condition, what is the next part of the procedure, generally speaking?
So the next part of the procedure is we open the bag. That seal is broken. As I said, once the doctor's ready to begin the examination, the bag is unzipped, and we do a overall photography and examination of the body as the way it was, because this is now the first time the pathologist is viewing the body.
So some of the photographs are taken then at the onset, before the autopsy begins?
Correct.
Okay. Are there more photographs taken after those initial ones?
So the first one would be as he was. The second set would then be after all the medical equipment, clothing, and any jewelry or anything else is removed.
Is there another set that's taken after that?
Then after that, we do the posterior of the body, and then that is when the examination begins. And the doctor then pretty much runs the show from there and what pictures are taken of.
And then do you take pictures during the actual examination?
Yes.
Oh. Judge, if you think this is a good time for me to stop, I will.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a good time for us to break for lunch. We appreciate your cooperation. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't do any research. Don't look up any news articles. You can continue to tell your immediate family or employers that you're on jury duty, but share nothing else. And I would say about 1:30 or so, come back to jury assembly, and always report there, and we'll have you back here. Anything from counsel before we dismiss the jury?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
John knows everybody's phones. You're welcome. Enjoy your lunch break. Oh, my goodness.
Someone's pinging on my phone. Why am I pinging my own phone? It's in my pocket. I don't know who be doing that. It's awful.
Jurors are out of courtroom, any from counsel outside the presence of jury?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Detective. Please come back by 1:30, please don't discuss your testimony. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All eyes, please leave.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the testimony. The state may seek to admit photographs into evidence this afternoon. Some of those photographs may be graphic in nature. As I instructed you at the beginning of the case, it is your duty to weigh the evidence calmly and without bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy, and to decide the issues upon the merits. Therefore, when viewing these photographs, I direct you not to be influenced by passion, prejudice, sympathy, or bias. You may consider the photographs for any appropriate evidential purpose based upon the instructions I give you at the end of the case. Thank you. Ms. Schrock.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Scutti, I think where we left off was you were describing the different stages of the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
Now, after the exterior photos of Corey's body were taken, you said that the doctor conducted his examination.
Correct.
Does anybody assist him with that?
Yes, he has a diener that assists him the entire time.
What's a diener?
A diener is basically someone that's trained to help assist with the autopsies in terms of getting him the instruments he may need, weighing organs, cleaning up after him, and also just basically his general assistant. Whatever he asks them to do, they do it.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Certainly.
Sergeant Scutti, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S97, 98, 99, 60, 100, 101, 59, 58. Could you take a look at the exhibits I just placed on the record for me for a minute? Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell me, very generally, using the exhibit number, what they are?
Exhibit S97 is a scaled photo of an injury on the head. Exhibit S98 is a picture of behind his ear. Exhibit S99 is a picture of his neck and upper chest. Exhibit S60 is a picture of his chest. Exhibit S100 is a picture of an abrasion on his side. Picture S101 is a picture of his upper back with bruising. Picture S59 is his liver. And picture S58 is his heart.
Now, do all of the photographs that you mentioned depict how Corey's body, the outside and the inside, appeared at the autopsy that you attended on April 3rd, 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to move all of those exhibits into evidence and publish them to the jury.
No objection. S97, 98, 99, 100, 101, as well as S57, 58, 59 in evidence. Go ahead.
Could you show me the first exhibit, please? Sergeant Scutti, looking at S97, could you tell me what that is?
So S97 is a scaled photo of a abrasion type injury on his head.
And when you say his head, you mean Corey, right?
Corey's head.
And could you tell me when you say scaled, what you mean by that?
So the measurements you see there, we actually put a scale next to all injuries or anything we think of notice, and the reason for that is we can always then go back and blow that picture up 1-to-1 to make it so it's the real life size of what it was when we took the picture.
And is this picture from the set of photos that you told me before the actual examination of the internal examination before you begin?
That is correct. We do all the exterior injuries and exterior photos before any internal examination begins.
And in fact, do you take pictures, or you have your unit take pictures of the body at the hospital before it's even brought to the morgue and the autopsy, correct?
That is correct.
Next slide, please. Looking at S98, could you describe what S98 is?
S98 is behind Corey's, I believe, right ear. It depicts what we believe was bruising.
And S99, please, the next photo. Could you please describe what appears in S99?
S99 is his upper chest and neck with an abrasion on his neck, and also the marking from the medical equipment that was on his upper left shoulder.
Next slide, please. Could you please describe what's depicted in S100?
S100 is an abrasion on his right, almost lower back and hip.
Could you please go to the next slide? And in S101, could you describe what's seen there?
So S101 is what when we roll him over during the autopsy, that would be his back or his posterior, as we call it, and that depicts bruising that was on his upper back.
And could you please go to the, I'm sorry, this might be out of order. Yeah, I'll just fix them for you. Could you please go to the next slide? Okay, could you please explain what S59 is?
So S59 is the liver after it's removed from the body, and the doctor does his examination on it.
Okay. Now, I just want to stop you for a second. I just want to check the photographs. Judge, could I have a second?
Sure.
Thank you. Judge, it'll just be 1 second. There was an issue with the slide.
Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys have shared with me there's a little technical glitch with one of the exhibits, so can I ask you to step in the jury room for just a couple of minutes and we'll bring you back out. It should be a short break, 5 minutes or so. Thank you for cooperation.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. Mr. Glucci, anything you want to say on the record outside the presence of the jury?
No, no.
All right. You guys are relatively sure?
Judge, I think I need about maybe 1 more minute, 30 seconds. That's the best I can do. Yeah, hold on, let me just figure this out. What? Thank you. Let me get the actual picture from up there. Now, can I have the... I covered something up on the picture and didn't cover it up in the slide. I'm sorry. Thank you. You want to see it on the screen? Sure, right now? No, you're just concerned about whatever. Yep. That's the best I could do. You okay with it? Yeah. Okay. I can try. Yeah, but it's going to take me like 2 more minutes. What? Okay. No, I will. I will. I don't think that you are. I just don't know what I'm doing with this. I wish I did. Huh? I mean, I'm trying. Yeah, I mean, Your Honor, we have agreed that the appropriate redaction, while slightly sloppy, is suitable to both parties.
On S60.
On S6.
Very good.
May I
Thank you.
approach the witness with the picture that he had?
Sure.
Thank you, Judge.
You agree with that, Mr. Galucci?
I do, Judge. Ms. Shorter's got a great lens to try to remedy this issue.
Thank you. All right. Anybody the jury back out, or?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Corporal Bennett? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with the testimony. Ms. Strong.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Just keeping on this slide for a moment, I just want you to explain to me, if you could, with regard to the internal examination that's conducted by the medical examiner, could you explain to me how that is conducted in your presence?
So they start by doing, as we stated, the external examination. Once that's completed, he's then placed back on his back, and they begin making surgical incisions along the chest, and they actually open the rib cage up to expose all the organs. Your rib cage contains protection for your internal organs, so that's where the heart, the liver, the kidneys, all the way down to the stomach is examined at that point.
And could you tell me, generally speaking, how are those organs examined? Are they just visually examined or are they physically examined?
So the organs are visually examined in the body at first, and then they're removed one at a time. They're weighed, they're documented by the pathologist and the diener, and then he does an examination on each organ after that.
And this is something that you're actively having someone photograph as well?
Yes, we are basically with the doctor the entire time he is doing his examination. The room is very small. There isn't much room to get away from each other in there as it is. So we're on top of the doctor usually as he's doing this, and when he's ready for a picture, he tells us to take a picture, and then we take that photograph.
All right, could you please advance to the next slide? Could you describe what S59 is, please?
So S59 is Corey's liver after it's removed from the body and examined by the doctor.
And can you please explain, move to the next slide, please? All right, S58, could you tell me what that is?
So this is Corey's heart after it's removed from his body and examined by the doctor. He again makes surgical incisions on the heart to expand it out so he can visualize it better.
Okay, so part of the, can you move to the next slide, thank you. So part of the examination conducted by the doctor includes making incisions into the organs as well?
Yes.
Okay, and you take photographs of that as well, as was depicted in S59 and 58?
Correct.
Okay. S60 is up on the screen. Could you please tell me what S60 depicts?
S60 is Corey's upper chest with a bruise on the upper left side of the chest.
Thank you. Move to the next slide. But there was a blank. Could you go back? Thank you, I'm sorry.
Go back.
Yeah. All right. I just want to get to a blank slide. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so after you take your pictures and make your documentation, is there anything further that occurs during the autopsy?
So once the doctor is done with his examination, we take a DNA sample, which is what we call an FTA card. It's actually just a spot of blood that's put on a card for long-term storage in case we ever need DNA again. We also do a full set of fingerprints on the decedent, because just in case we ever need them for future reference.
Okay. And would that pretty much conclude the examination that's conducted?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes, of course.
I'm showing you what's been marked for just identification as S115. Could you tell me what S115 is?
S115 is the tags that we use to seal the body bags at the hospital or at the scene, wherever the body is removed from.
Is that type of tag similar to a type of tag that we would commonly know of?
It's a one-time use tie tag that has a has a itemized 7-digit number on
Okay. Is that tag from Corey's autopsy?
it. Yes.
All right. And when you took the picture of the tag, had it been opened or not?
That tag is still intact and has not been opened yet.
Okay. How do you have to open the tag?
You actually have to physically cut it. You cannot take it out. It has to be cut with a sharp instrument.
All right. And is it similar to like a zip tie?
It's similar to a zip tie. It's a secure version of one, but it has basically it's a tag that has a hole inside of it that's metal, and then it pulls through. It can only pull through one way. It can't be pulled back out, and it has to be cut.
What's the purpose of that?
The purpose of that is to show that it's been secure and unopened since we've used it, since we've touched it last.
Okay, thank you. So after the autopsy was conducted on April 3rd, did you have any further involvement in the investigation and support that?
Yes, we then responded back out in the afternoon to 900 Barnegat Boulevard, apartment 903, for the continuation of the search of the apartment.
Okay, do you remember about what time that was?
I believe it was around 1:30 in the afternoon.
And why did you go back?
So after the autopsy was done, we now had some more information as to what we were looking for or not looking for in that case. And then we would go back and now do that thorough search of the apartment, which includes opening up all the drawers, moving couches, moving furniture, delayering every piece of furniture in the house, and as well as the garbage cans, searching the cabinets, searching the refrigerator. We basically go top to bottom through the entire apartment at that point.
That's all stuff that you did in this case, in that apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Who were you with when you went there that day?
Members of the investigative team. With me from my office was Detective Ralph Laudicina. There was Lieutenant Haggerty from the prosecutor's office, as well as other detectives from both agencies.
Now, do you recall the photograph of the door seal that I had showed you earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell me what the condition of that was when you returned to the scene on April 3rd in the afternoon?
So the Barnegat officer was still stationed outside of the apartment, maintaining outside security, and as we approached the door, the seal was still intact and had not been broken.
Okay. So what did you do at that point with regard to the seal?
We then, before we even go back into the apartment, we re-photograph the seal and we break the seal before we go back in.
Okay. So you had given me a brief overview, but when you went in the apartment that second time, what exactly did you do?
So we then re-photographed the apartment that day just to show, similar to everything else, that the condition is the condition we left it in the night before we sealed it. We then go back in, do another set of overalls, and then as we search, every area we search, we start taking pictures of what's searched to show not only what's there, but what's not there.
Was the apartment in the same condition that you had left it the night before when you were there?
Yes.
When you were at the apartment conducting your continued investigation on April 3rd, did you discover anything that you determined to be of evidentiary value with respect to your crime scene investigation?
Yes, we went through the garbage in the kitchen where we were able to locate clothing that was in the garbage underneath a McDonald's bag. The clothing there was a sweatshirt, a pair of underwear, and a pair of blue jeans, along with socks.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Do you want to minimize the screen so you can jump ahead to the pictures, or do you not? Just so they're not showing. But don't, there's no black side, so don't plug it back in yet. When I'm ready, just push that wire back. Did I ask if I could approach, Your Honor?
Go ahead, you can.
Thank
I'll keep asking you.
Okay, thank you.
Should have said that before. So that applies to both counts.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. All right, I'm showing you what has been marked as S75, S76, 77, 78, and 79 for identification. Could you take a look at those photographs that I just gave you?
S75 is the garbage can with the contents removed that were on top of the clothing in it. S76 is the clothing that was located in the garbage can. S77 is a closer up photo of the clothing in the garbage can depicting the jeans and the underwear. S78 is the sweatshirt that was underneath the jeans and underwear in the garbage can. And then S79 are the socks and the sweatshirt that were located inside the garbage can after they're removed.
Are all of those, do all of those pictures depict the items that you had previously described discovering on April 3rd of 2021?
Yes.
And do the items appear in the same condition in those photos as when you discovered them on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, request to admit those pictures into evidence and publish them to the jury, please.
Any objection?
None, Judge.
S75, 76, 77, 78, and 79 in evidence.
It just takes a second. Okay. All right. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as S75. Please describe for the jury what's depicted in S75.
S75 is the garbage can with the lid removed after it was searched and we started to take out the garbage from the can. As you can see on the right-hand side of it, that would be the McDonald's garbage bag as well as some other sorted garbage that was on top of it.
Did you recall seeing any other McDonald's or food items around the house?
No.
And is this the same garbage can depicted in S75 that you had explained that you discovered the night prior?
Yes.
You can go to the next slide, please. Could you please explain what's depicted in S76?
So S76 is the interior of that garbage can photographed as it was after we removed the garbage, showing the clothing that was in the garbage can.
So that would, the things that you removed would include that plastic bag that you showed us pictures of from April 2nd?
Yes.
Okay, and all of the items that were on the side of the garbage can in S75, were those items all on top of what we see depicted in S76?
Yes.
Please go to the next slide. Could you please explain what's depicted in S77?
S77 is the pair of blue jeans and the blue underwear that are in the garbage can.
And that was the condition that you found them in the next day?
Yes.
Could you please go to the next slide? Please tell us what's in S78.
S78 is a gray sweatshirt that was located underneath the blue jeans and blue underwear.
Did you remove that sweatshirt from the garbage can?
Yes.
Please go to S79. Please explain to the jury what's depicted in S79.
S79 is the gray sweatshirt and the socks that were located inside of the garbage can.
Did you have the occasion to observe the condition of those items of clothing that you just described?
Yes.
What was the condition?
They were balled up. The gray sweatshirt was wet on the sleeves and the lower portion of it. And the jeans and underwear were inside out with what believed to be fecal material stained inside.
When you went back to the apartment on April 3rd, did it still have an odor?
Yes.
Described?
Yes, the odor was still there, a little fainter, but it was still there.
In addition to taking those photographs and inspecting the garbage and everything else that you described, what did you do with those items that you just showed us from the garbage?
So the items were collected into evidence. We take them, we place them into a clean brown, for the clothing, it's a clean brown paper bag. They're then taken back to our office after they're sealed at the scene. Because the items were wet, they have to go through a drying procedure, which we have sterilized drying cabinets, which we would hang those items so they can dry out because we cannot store wet items.
Did you seize any other items that you determined to be of evidentiary value from that apartment?
We took all the bedding from his bed, along with some sports supplements and drinking cups that were out on the table at that point.
And when you say his bed, it was Corey's bed, because I know that there were two.
Yes, I'm sorry. It was Corey's bedding. We took his sheets, his pillows, and his blankets.
Thank you. Did you take any other electronic devices from the apartment?
The electronic devices, there was, I believe, a tablet, a computer, and a phone that were all turned over to the Ocean County Prosecutor's High-Tech Crime Unit on scene.
So after you collected the evidence that you described, you said that it had to be dried out and it was stored back at the crime scene unit.
Correct.
What did you do with it there?
So after it's dried, we then lay it out in a clean, sterile environment, and we take photographs of it for multiple reasons. Number one, in case there ever is a question as to what was on it, we don't have to continually examine the evidence. We can produce photographs. And then also, if there ever was a loss of evidence where it was destroyed, we can then have that photograph forever. So that is done as a preservation technique to photograph it. We then prepare it for long-term storage by wrapping it up inside of the paper it's examined on, placing it back into the original packaging, sealing it, and then it gets sent to our long-term storage.
Sergeant, I'm approaching you with a number of photographs. S25, S26, S27, S28, S29, S30, S31, and S35 already in evidence. Could you please take a look at those photographs and let me know when you're finished? you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
When were those photographs taken?
They were taken April 7th, 2021.
Do you know where they were taken?
They were taken in our examination room at our headquarters at 144 Chestnut Street in Tundra.
And do you know whom they were taken by?
They were taken by Detective Laudicina.
Was that at your direction?
Yes.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
Could you briefly describe to me what is seen in those exhibits?
So, picture S25 is the gray sweatshirt after it's been dried out, sitting on top of a piece of paper depicting its size and what it looked like after it was dried. Picture S26 is the left sleeve. It was a closer-up photo with a scale depicting staining on the sleeve. Picture S27 is the front side of the jeans after they're placed right side out and dried. Picture S28 is the back side of the jeans after they were laid out and dried. S29 is the size tag from those jeans. S30 is the jeans inside out, depicting the condition they were in when they were found. S31 is a closer up view of the staining that was on the jeans on the interior side. And S35 is the staining that was in the underwear.
Do those pictures accurately depict the items that you found in the apartment on April 3rd and then brought back after they were dried at the crime scene unit?
Yes.
Okay. And the items of clothing in those pictures, if you could say, do they appear consistent in size with the clothes of a large person or a small person?
They appear consistent in size with of someone that was very small.
A child?
Child's clothing.
Your Honor, may I please publish these photographs to the jury and admit them into evidence?
No objection. S25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31 in evidence. S35 is already in evidence from April 30th.
Thank you. Can you please show the first photo? We're looking at S25. Could you please describe in more detail for the jury's benefit what's depicted in S25?
So this is the sweatshirt that we found inside of the garbage can. Every piece of paper is dated and individually identified, so it shows that paper was never used again, as well as the hangers that are used. They're disposable hangers, so that hanger stays with it. We use those hangers to hang that item in our specialized drying cabinet, which continues airflow, so we can get them nice and dry, and then we lay it out and take an overall photograph of it.
And you had described utilizing a scale earlier. Did you use that same scale or a similar scale with the clothing to demonstrate the size?
Yes, so all evidentiary photos are taken with a scale, so that way, as I said, if we need to replicate those photos in the future as life size, we have a measurement inside of it to blow them up to 1-to-1 size.
Next slide, please. Looking at S26, could you describe what's depicted for the jury?
So this is a orange-brown staining on the left sleeve of the sweatshirt with a scale.
Next slide, please. Can you tell us what's depicted in S27?
S27 are the jeans that we recovered from the garbage can with a scale.
If you know, could you tell us if that's a picture of the front or the back of those jeans?
That is the front side of the jeans, and they are right side out.
Next slide, please. S28, could you tell us what's depicted there?
S28 is the jeans right side out on the back side.
Next slide, please. Could you tell us what's in S29?
S29 is the size tag of the jeans.
Can you tell what the size is?
It's 7 regular.
Next slide, please. S30, could you tell us what's depicted in that photograph?
S30 are the jeans inside out with a scale laid out on the table.
What is the condition of the jeans there?
There was brownish yellow staining down the legs of the jeans. We take pictures of that, obviously, to show, because anything that's out of the ordinary, we would take a picture of closer up with the scale as well.
And this is after it's been dried?
Correct.
Next slide, please. Could you tell me what's depicted in S001?
So this is that closer up photo of the staining. We try to get the entire area in one photo to show where it is in relation to the genes, and this is it after it's been dried and laid out with a scale.
Next slide, please. Okay. S35 is already in evidence. Is this consistent with what you recovered?
Yes, these are the underwear from inside of the garbage can.
Okay. And based upon your examination of them, did you make a determination based upon what you saw or smelled, training your experience of what the substance appeared consistent with?
It appeared consistent with fecal material. We dry it out, and then it is taken pictures of the best that we can.
Thank you. After those, actually, you said those photographs were taken on April 7th?
Correct.
Okay. Did anything happen in your investigation prior to April 7th that we didn't talk about yet?
There was multiple things going on in the investigation at that
Did
time.
anything occur on April 6th of 2021 related to the crime scene unit?
April 6, 2021, we sent officers down to Alcoa, Tennessee to process Mr. Gregor's car.
And were you a participant in that?
I was not.
And how did it come about that you sent someone down there?
So we were notified by members of the investigative team from the prosecutor's office and the Barnegat Police Department that Mr. Gregor's car had been stopped with him in it in Tennessee. And the car was then seized into evidence down there, and we went down and sent a team of a sergeant and an officer to process the car, just as we would with the apartments or anything else.
What, if anything, happened with regard to your investigation after that?
After that, the next phase in the investigation, I believe, was when we searched in Seabright, New Jersey in 2022.
Do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was March 22nd, 2022.
Could it have been March 9th, 2022?
March 9th, 2022.
If I showed you your report, would it help refresh your recollection as to the date?
Yes.
Okay. I'm approaching with what's been marked as S011 for identification. Could you take a look at S011?
So S111 is a report authored by me in reference to a search on March 9th, 2022 at 1382 Ocean Ave in Seabright, New Jersey.
Okay. And was there any significance of that date in the investigation?
That date was the date that I believe there was charges filed, and we were sent up there to do an investigation of the apartment where Mr. Gregor had been staying.
Okay. And when you got to the residence, what, if anything, did you do?
Same thing we did with the other residents. We were given consent to search the residence by the owner or tenant, Laura Powell. And same thing that we did in every other scene that we process with this. We do overall documentation of the condition. We do a walkthrough, and then we do a search of the residence based off of what we see.
Did you take anything from that residence?
We did.
Okay. What, if anything, did you take?
We seized 3 flip cell phones. There would be, reference my report here.
Do you need to reference your report to
May I
refresh your
reference my
recollection?
report?
Take a look at your report and let me know if it refreshes your recollection, please.
So we took 2 flip cell phones, an Apple iPhone, an iPad, a Dell laptop, and a PlayStation. And all those electronic devices were taken by the high-tech crimes unit after we seized them.
After that date, did you have any further involvement in the investigation?
After that date, I responded down a couple weeks ago to take photographs and do measurements of the exterior of the apartment complex, building 9.
You said a couple weeks ago, was that in April of 2024?
April of 2024.
Okay. With regard to the appearance structurally of the area, the building, did it appear to be substantially similar to how it appeared back in April of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. What about the parking lot? Did it appear substantially similar or the same as it did back in April of 2021?
Yes.
Was there any differences that you noticed significantly with regard to the structure or the parking lot?
No.
And when you got there, what did you do?
I documented the exterior of the building from both 2 sides, where the roads intersect, and then I used a measuring wheel to measure from the intersection of the main road into the parking lot, and then also to the front door, and then from the curb line of the parking lot in front of apartment 903 to the front door.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S19. I believe it's already in evidence. Could you take a look at S19?
S19 is the photograph of the side of the building where apartment 903 is located at 900 Barnegat Boulevard, which is the Atlantic Heights apartment complex.
Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, I took this photograph.
All right. And does it accurately depict what you saw when you went to the apartment complex in April of 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe that it's in evidence.
Correct.
May I publish it again to the jury, please?
No objection. It's in evidence as of April 30th. Go ahead.
S19, could you please explain what is seen there?
So this is from the opposite building across the street. This is the parking area with the front side of where apartment 903 is located.
Okay. Now, are there parking spots in the picture?
Yes.
Could you tell me where the parking spots are located in the picture?
The parking spots are located on both sides of the parking lot in front of the building. There's parking spots for building 900 as well as parking spots for building 700.
Okay. In the parking spots closest to the building in the center of the picture, do you see a parking spot second to the right next to a car?
Yes.
All right. Is that car silver?
Yes.
Could you approximate, if possible, based upon the fact that you took measurements when you were there, what the distance would be from that parking spot second to the right to the front door of apartment 903?
Anywhere from 30 to 40 feet.
And could you describe for the jury where in that photograph the door to apartment 903 is?
So the door to apartment 903 is the second door in that you see in the picture from facing it the right side. It's under the awning, and it's the door that's a little farther forward.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Boucher.
How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. So you're the CSI guy?
I am the crime scene supervisor.
All right. So you're the guy that goes to the scene. You're the one that goes and collects all the evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're the supervisor, right?
Sir, yes.
Now, you said you've been doing this a while. You've been doing it for how long?
Over 14 years plus.
All right. And you were trained by the New Jersey State Troopers?
New Jersey State Police runs a crime scene class every year. that we go to, that we send officers to. That's our initial training.
Okay. And you took that class?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So your job, and tell me if I'm wrong, is basically you get information from a detective that there is a crime scene that they want to secure and be processed, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in this case, that detective would be Detective Mitchell.
There's Detective Mitchell along with other members of the investigative team, yes.
Okay. So at some point, is it a squad? What do you call yourselves? A squad? What do you?
Unit.
Unit. Okay. So your unit got notified by a detective that you should go to Barnegat Boulevard and secure Mr. Gregor's apartment.
Correct.
And then process it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what time did you get that information?
We received that information. I can't give you an exact time of when it was, but sometime between 6 and 8 o'clock that night when we started to receive information of where the young Mr. Michelow may have been.
Okay. So then you go there.
Yes.
Okay. And you have a team with you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the first thing you do is you guys, your unit, would go into the apartment to make sure it's secure, number one, for your safety.
Yes.
And the first thing you encounter is a dog.
Yes.
Okay, so you secure the dog, you make sure he's fine, and that he's not going to bite any of your officers, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the next thing you didn't know what was going on yet, right?
In reference to what?
In reference to whether there was even a crime committed.
Correct.
Okay. So you did I don't want to use the word cursory, because you went through every room to make sure that everything was in order. Am I right?
We do an initial search just to document the condition as it is that night, and then to see what it is and what we're looking at.
For example, if you had heard that somebody was shot, you would have looked for a gun, ballistics evidence, right?
We would look for evidence of a crime, yes.
Okay. So when you got there the first time, you basically just walked in, took a look, walked around, looked in each room, saw to see if there was maybe anything about blood, something like that. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. And after that, you sealed it.
Correct.
And you sealed it, and did you put a sentinel or an officer in front of that property to make sure it could not be accessed again?
Correct.
Okay. And that person would stay there, not that single person, I'm sure gets relieved, or she gets relieved, right?
Correct.
Okay. And they're there for a purpose, right?
Yes.
They're there to make sure that nobody else goes into that residence and tampers with anything that could possibly be in there, right? Okay. And then you continued by going to Miss Michelow's home, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Miss Michelow's home was, I forgot where that was. Where was it?
Englishtown.
Englishtown. So your unit went up to Englishtown, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to you going up to Englishtown, was Miss Michelow's, was it an apartment? What was she in? A house, apartment?
Townhouse.
Townhouse. Was it secured?
No.
Okay. So up until the point that you guys arrived there, anybody actually had access to and from that apartment?
Hypothetically, yes.
Okay. Now, when you got there, she agreed for you to look through the apartment.
Correct.
Okay. And you spoke right with Leanna Michelow, right?
I did not speak with her, no.
Okay. Did you go there, though?
No, I sent members of my team up there.
Okay. Do you know if they took pictures?
They did take pictures.
Did you look at any of the pictures they took?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to just use the ones that are? Use exactly the.
May I? Of course. Let me show you 3 pictures. Do you recognize those pictures?
Your Honor, could we just, I'm sorry, I may have missed it. Could we just have them marked for the record?
Yeah, are they marked?
So, let me go up there. Detective, I'm showing you it's been marked as defense exhibits 11, 12, and 13. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are those pictures from Miss Brianna Mitchell's apartment?
Correct.
And are those the pictures that were taken by your unit at the time that they searched the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are those pictures of the basement, if you know?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And that's a bedroom in the basement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in D11, is there a picture in there with 2 beds, it looks like?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there's like a little TV area, right, with 2 little seats?
Correct.
Okay. And the next one, D12, is another picture basically of the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the same bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And D13 is a picture of the same bedroom with a ladder in the middle of the room with a hole in the ceiling. Now, I know sometimes CSI needs to do stuff. You know, they take walls, they take different things. Was that ladder there, or is that something that your unit put there to do anything?
No, we did not put that there.
Okay, so that ladder was already sitting there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Lauren, I don't have any of these up on a computer. If you want, first of all, can I enter them to
I
evidence?
believe they're duplicative of one that already entered into evidence during Ms. Mitchell's testimony.
Well, not the ladder one.
It's S21, S22, S23, maybe?
Do you own the ones Ms. Shawn is looking for? Just it's up to you.
It's up to you. Depends how long it takes, I guess.
Could I just have a second, Judge, so I can
Sure,
pay
of course.
attention
Well,
to the
I'm
question?
not trying to rush you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know which ones you want.
Lauren, is this 22 in evidence?
Yes, from April 30th.
All right. So may I give to the jury S22 since I don't have the laptop up to that?
No objection, everybody?
No objection.
Juror number 1 can pass it down if you like.
And this is S23 also. Is there any objection to S23?
No, I thought that was already moved into.
They're both in
It
evidence.
is.
Yeah.
Both are amended evidence.
Yeah, sure. Take a look and pass them to your neighbor. to go search, right?
They're getting a consent, they have to explain to them where they're going to search.
Okay, and do you know if they told them where they were going to search?
I was not the one that obtained the consent.
Would they tell them what they were searching for?
That would be on the person obtaining the consent.
So now, you now go to the hospital. Right? Where do you go next? Where's your next search?
The next search?
Yeah. Where
Would
would you
be-
sign next?
Well, then after we were there, it would be the next morning, we would be at the autopsy at the hospital.
Okay. So when you go to the autopsy, you just went through this whole thing with Mishran about what you're taking pictures of, and we entered a number of pictures into evidence. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. And you take different pictures from the autopsy. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. And there's normal pictures you take. You take pictures of different items that either the medical examiner will tell you to take pictures of because they see some sort of injury, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you just take a picture.
Yes.
Okay. You don't process it. You don't do anything like that.
In processing in terms of what?
So you guys also swab for DNA, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if there was DNA on Corey Mitchell that you thought was of value, you would have swabbed him.
Correct.
Okay. Did you?
Did I? No.
Okay. So if were his hands covered?
His hands were covered, yes.
Okay. And why are his hands covered?
So we bagged the hands down at the hospital in order to preserve, in case there was any signs of a struggle or a fight, that there would be able to lift possible DNA off of fingernails or hands.
Okay. So now is it your job to now process the bagged hands to see if there's any sign of a struggle or fight, or would that be somebody else's job?
In terms of testing it or in terms of
No, in
processing?
charge of getting it.
No, that is our job.
Okay. So did you do that?
No.
Okay. So you didn't swab Corey Mitchell's nails, right?
No.
Okay. And if you did swab Corey Mitchell's nails, you would be looking to see if you found Christopher's DNA under his nails. Am I right?
We'd be looking for anyone's DNA on it.
Okay. But he was a suspect, right? Come on.
We would be looking for anyone's DNA under his nails.
But you didn't look for anybody's DNA under their nails, did you?
No.
Okay. So you never looked under Corey's nails to see if there was any DNA to show that there was any sign of any struggle.
That wouldn't depict signs of struggle. That would depict signs of him fighting back against someone that was possibly...
Well, it could be both.
Could be.
Okay. So, but you didn't do it.
We did not do it.
Okay. Do you know if anybody did it?
We did not do it.
Okay. Did you see any sign of blood on Corey Mitchell that you made notice of?
In terms of...
Blood.
Blood?
Yeah, on his body. Before he was opened up, obviously.
No.
Okay. Had you seen any signs of blood, we would have seen a picture of it, right?
Correct.
And you probably would have swabbed it for DNA, right?
Right.
Because that could have been somebody else's blood.
Sure.
Okay? But you didn't see any signs of blood.
No.
Okay. Now, You went back, by the way, when you initially saw Corey Mitchell, was he already in a hospital gown?
Yes.
Okay. Did you recover clothing that Corey Mitchell wore when he arrived at Southern Ocean, whatever it's called, Medical Center?
Yes.
Okay. And did you process that?
That was processed in the same manner as all the other evidence was
Okay.
processed.
So when you processed that, did you find any blood on any of his clothing that he wore to Southern Ocean Memorial, whatever?
Medical Center?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
Okay. And had you found blood on his clothing, you would have taken a picture of it,
Correct.
processed it for DNA.
Correct.
Okay. And that wasn't done.
No.
Okay. So now you went back to Mr. Gregor's apartment, and now you're doing a deep dig, a deep search, right? Now you're really looking. You're going through everything, right?
Correct.
Okay. That would include looking for possible blood stains, right?
Yes.
Okay. Possible signs of a struggle, right?
Yes.
Possible signs of a fight, right?
Correct.
Okay. By the way, your job isn't to interview neighbors.
No, sir.
That would be somebody else's job.
That is not our role in the investigation.
Okay. So now, would it be your role if they found a camera in the apartment, like a Ring camera, say, in the apartment? Would it be your job to collect that Ring camera and process it?
No, that would go to the high-tech crimes unit of the prosecutor's office.
But you would take it?
We would photograph it, document it, and turn it over to them.
Okay, you would take it. So now, when you processed Mr. Gregor's apartment the second time, the deep one, did you find any blood evidence?
No.
Okay. And if you had, once again, you would have taken a photograph of it, would have shown this jury, it would have been DNA, right? The whole bit.
Yep.
Did you find, other than in his clothing that we saw in the garbage pail, did you find any vomit, any bowel movement, any urine, anywhere other than on his clothing in the garbage pail?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did you search the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And when you searched the bathroom, did you find anything of evidentiary value in there?
No, not that I recall.
Did you take notice of I don't remember what you testified. Was it one bath, two baths?
One bath.
One bath. Was it a full bath that had a shower and all that stuff in it?
Yes, it had a shower.
Okay. Did you look to see if the shower was wet? Did you look to see if the shower was dry? Did you take notice of that, or is that something you guys don't do?
We just take a photograph of the condition as it is that day.
Okay. And did you take a photograph of the shower that day?
I believe they did.
You believe you did or you did?
I would have to look at the photographs from the scene to see there were many photographs taken in this case.
So now, the next thing you did was you went into the garbage pail and you picked up the McDonald's bag and you found clothing.
Well, all the garbage that was on top of it, not just the McDonald's bag.
Okay. You took garbage out of a bag.
Yes.
And you found in the bag all those things that you just described to us, right?
Yes.
Now, you also testified that there was a McDonald's bag but no sign of McDonald's. Right?
There may have been other cups somewhere, but in terms of where we were searching, no, there was just there, that's it.
Okay. But there was, when you did the initial search, you took a picture of a McDonald's cup sitting on a table, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong.
There's a cup on the table that may be a McDonald's cup.
Okay. And there was another cup that looked like a child's cup with the liquid in it.
A sippy type cup, yes.
Okay. That would be, would you consider that to be a child's cup?
I would call it a sippy cup.
All right. Do you use a sippy cup?
I do not, sir.
Okay. So, was there a liquid in it?
There was liquid in it.
Okay. Do you know what the liquid was?
No.
Okay. Now, the liquid in the cup, would you test, not you personally, but would you have taken the liquid from the cup and given it to somebody for them to test?
We would take the liquid in the cup and we would hold it in long-term storage, which would be refrigerated in case it is needed for testing at some point later.
And do you know as you sit here now whether anybody tested whatever was the liquid in that cup?
I do not recall if we did or not.
So, we saw a picture of 3 socks, but your report indicates that you found April? Sure. Do you have the report you gave me?
Which one do you want?
It's this one. I call it C2.
What's the date on the report that you want? So? I didn't use this. You probably have to change the exhibit.
I'll give you a letter. You want to do that? All right.
D14.
Thank you. So, Detective, you would agree with me that what you do in the evidence you recover and retrieve and document is accurate, right?
Correct.
We are all relying on you, the CSI, to get all of the stuff that's important in the case that could be of possible evidentiary value, right?
Anything that's relevant, yes.
Okay. And that would include you taking it, that's why you take, how many pictures did you take in this case?
I do not recall. Many pictures were taken.
Right? And you do that in every case. Many pictures are taken, right?
Correct.
And then you have reports.
Correct.
Right? And the reports have to be, I would assume they have to be accurate.
Correct.
And the reason why they're accurate is because it's evidence in a criminal case, right? So let me show you D14. Is that your report?
cases of water at jury assembly yesterday. You want me to go grab one?
All right, great. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to continue with one more witness for the state today.
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead, Ms. Hunto.
The state would call William Doyle, please.
Mr. Doyle? Hi, sir. Good morning. If you could remain standing, face the court reporter, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes.
And thank you. You can have a seat. May I have your full name, please, and spell it?
William Doyle, William. Last name Doyle, Doyle.
Thank you.
Wrong?
Thank you. Ms. Hunto.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please tell the jury what your occupation is?
I'm currently a nurse practitioner.
And before you were a nurse practitioner, what was your job?
I was a registered nurse.
And can you tell the jurors about your education?
I earned my associate's degree from Ocean County College, where I got my RN. I earned my baccalaureate degree from Thomas Edison State University in Trenton. And I earned my master's degree, where my nurse practitioner was from, at Monmouth University.
And what, if any, training have you undergone in the field of nursing?
While I was a nurse for 11 years, I had certifications, advanced cardiovascular support certification, pediatric advanced life-saving certification, and basic life-saving certification, along with being a certified emergency nurse. Each of those certifications were 2-year renewals, and the certified nurse, emergency nurse, was every 4-year renewal.
Now, where are you currently employed?
I work at Care 1 in East Brunswick,
And before that, can you tell the jurors where you were employed?
Southern Ocean Medical Center.
And what was your position with Southern Ocean Medical Center?
I was a registered nurse.
Now calling your attention to April 2nd of 2021, were you employed as a nurse with Southern Ocean Medical Center, which is located in Stafford Township, New Jersey?
Yes.
And during that time period, you were employed in the emergency room?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what your assignment was?
That particular day I was assigned in triage, as a triage nurse.
And when you say triage nurse, can you describe for us what that means?
So triage nurse is assigned to the front of the building by the waiting room. Their job is to designate emergencies. If someone comes in who requires life-saving or an urgent concern, my job is to bring them to the emergency room as soon as possible. Along with that, my job is to estimate the resources needed for each patient and then assign them to a room in the emergency room while working with the charge nurse.
And if a child or anyone is brought into the emergency room at Southern Ocean Medical Center, can you explain to the jury what the process is?
So when a child's brought in, if they walk in, the parent will come in with the child, go to the front desk, register them, and then while the triage nurse will, if they don't have a patient in the room at the time, can observe the interaction. We can jump to things that if we happen to require to respond to right away. Once the complaint is in the computer, I would then take the patient and their family into our triage room where there's a stretcher. We would take vitals. We would go over a story about what happened, health history, medications, and vital signs. And then at that time, I would make an estimation as to where they need to go in the emergency room. It would be a quick care, meaning like a minor thing, or the actual emergency room, which would be more of an urgent thing.
So calling your attention to April 2nd of 2021, at approximately 3:48 p.m. was a patient brought to the emergency room named Corey Mitchell.
Yes.
And can you tell the court who brought Corey into the emergency room?
Chris Gregor.
And ultimately, did you learn the relationship of Chris Gregor and Corey?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what the relationship was?
Chris Gregor is Corey's father, and Corey is Chris's son.
And where were you when you first saw Mr. Gregor with Corey?
I was in the waiting room. I was speaking to another patient at the time. I'm right near the door, speaking to another patient. I did not hear any commotion. I did not hear any urgent sound that would redirect my attention. A registrar came up to me and said, "Bill, you have to look at this." So I went over to Corey, and he was in the arms of Chris at the waiting room entrance, or just past the waiting room entrance near the desk.
Now, the first time that you observed the defendant with Corey, can you explain to the jurors the position of Corey in relation to the defendant?
Corey was over. Corey was in Chris's arms. His arms were over Chris's shoulders. His legs were dangling. His arms did not look like they had much movement to them. His legs did not look like they had much movement to him. His head was rested on Chris's shoulder. His head was his face was difficult to visualize. So when I first approached them, I knew that something was concerning, but I couldn't see everything I needed to see. So I was depending on Chris to convey a sense of urgency or unwellness that I did not get from him at first. It was more of a clinical description of what was going on, and I did not immediately feel I had to rush them back. I definitely knew it was concerning, but I needed just a little more information. If I saw Corey's face right away, it would have been much easier, but Corey's face was on Chris's shoulder.
So the first time that you made this observation, that would be the two of them would have been in the lobby area.
Yes.
And did you approach the defendant in the lobby area of the emergency room?
Yes.
And what immediate observations were you able to make of Corey in the lobby area?
So I went over to them, and I was splitting my attention between Chris and Corey. What I could tell was that there wasn't a lot of spontaneous movement from Corey. He was not really moving on his own. He appeared to have a lack of tone to his muscles, and there was a lot of support coming from Chris in keeping him in the position that he was in.
Did you speak to the defendant in the lobby area of the emergency room?
Yes.
And would this be a practice or a common practice to engage in something like that?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what the defendant said?
Chris told me that he introduced himself, who he was. He was the father, he was the son, and he told me that this was around 3, nearly 4 p.m. He told me that earlier in the day, around 9 a.m., his son was dropped off to him, was with his mother the night before. He did tell me that the patient was at Jersey Shore University Hospital and had a workup and was discharged. And just a side note, once you hear that, less than 12 hours later, you kind of go, okay, like maybe he's not that sick, so I need more information, so talk more. So Chris told me that earlier that morning he appeared loopy, he was very drowsy, and he put him to bed. And later in the afternoon, Corey continued to be loopy and drowsy. And when all that time passed and he was still fatigued and not himself, that's when he brought him into the ER. So that's what he told me.
After you made your initial observations and you spoke to the defendant, can you tell the jurors what you did next regarding Corey's care?
Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
I said after you made your observations in the lobby and spoke to the defendant, what did you do next regarding Corey's care?
I continued the history taking, which is pretty standard as a triage nurse to get history from the patient. I would have spoken to Corey, but he was not in a place to speak. He was not making any sound hardly. I continued my brief conversation with Chris until there was a moment when Corey tilted his head back, and that's when I got what I needed to see to really kick up the speed on this emergency.
So where was Corey taken at that point?
He was taken to the emergency room. Once I saw that, then I rushed it. So I called, and his eyes were in the back of his head. He didn't look well. He was pale. I called the charge nurse immediately after that, and then I got a room, and being that Chris was holding him well, I didn't waste time getting a stretcher or a wheelchair. I said, hey, you okay to go to the ER? He goes, yes, and we went to the ER, to room 6, the emergency room.
What room did you go to in the emergency room?
Room 6.
And while you were in room 6 of the emergency room, can you tell the jurors who else came into that room?
So I already alerted help, so they were waiting for me. In that room was various emergency nurses and our ER physician and a patient care tech.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say while you were in room 6?
At that time, now that as a triage nurse, my role was to get them to help, get the patient to help. So at that time, I focused more on Corey than the conversation with Chris. But that's because that our ER physician was speaking with Chris, getting essentially what I just got from Chris. He basically reiterated the story, how he was loopy and tired all day, and how he felt concerned that he didn't kind of shake out of that. So he brought him into the emergency room. He told him about the Jersey Shore hospital visit the night before, but it was more. I was working on Corey at the time.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do regarding the treatment of Corey?
So we placed him on the heart monitor. Before that, we took off his clothes. That's when I noticed a bruise in his chest, and we still had to act quickly. So we put the heart monitor on him. I got an IV, drew blood from him, while the rest of the team was doing their various roles, including our physician who was talking to Chris.
What was the defendant's demeanor while you were in room 6?
While we were in room 6 was similar to when I first interacted with him in the waiting room. It was I would say it was a clinical aspect in that he was describing what was going on without much more difference than anyone else would, regardless of their role with the person. So he was conveying the information, but there wasn't much more than that.
And after you drew blood from Corey, where did you go after that?
Well, Corey required a lot of attention, so we still had an emergency room to run. So I told the charge nurse, I'll take the charge phone, which handles the ambulances. You focus on this. So I handled the charge nurse and the triage phone, and I went to various things throughout the ER while everyone worked on Corey. He was like an all hands on deck type of situation.
I'm sorry, I could not hear that, Judge.
He was an all hands on deck type of situation.
Okay, I'm now showing you what has been marked S001. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that is?
That is a video of that
Let
day.
me stop you right there. Is that actually a CD?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is a CD, yes.
And are you familiar with the contents of that CD?
Yes,
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD before you come to court?
yes.
And can you tell the jurors what is located on that CD?
That is a video of hospital security footage from that day.
And that would be on April 2nd of 2021.
Yes,
And that would be at the time when Corey was brought into the emergency room.
yes,
And are you familiar with the persons depicted on this video?
yes,
And are you familiar with the location depicted in this video?
yes.
Your Honor, permission to move S48A into evidence and publish, please?
Any objection?
No objection.
S48A in evidence.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, in regard to the video that we just viewed, did you observe the defendant coming into the hospital lobby area?
In the video?
Not in the video, but from where you were located at the time in the hospital.
The day of, I did not see him until he was already in the waiting room.
Okay. And I'm now going to approach with S48B. And do you recognize this?
Yes,
And can you tell us what that is?
that was a CD.
And what is contained on that CD?
A video of hospital security footage from that day, April 2nd.
Okay, and you reviewed the contents of this.
Yes,
And this is a following video from the video that we just saw, being S48A.
yes,
And are you depicted in this video?
I am.
And are you familiar with the location of the video?
Yes,
Your Honor, permission to move into evidence and publish.
Any objection? Seeing none, S48B in evidence.
Thank you. Now, is that you depicted in that video?
Yes.
And does that video accurately depict your conversation you had with the defendant on that day?
Yes.
And do you see the person you spoke to that day on that video?
Yes.
And what would that person's name be?
Chris Gregor.
And do you also see Corey on that video?
Yes.
I'm now going to show what's been marked S048C. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that is, please?
That is a CD which contains video of possible security footage from that day, April 2nd.
And is that another surveillance video following the previous video, which would have been B?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that video?
Yes.
And you've seen it before you've come to court today?
Yes.
And you're actually depicted in this video?
I am.
Your Honor, permission to move into evidence S048C and publish?
Objection. S048C in evidence.
Now, is that you depicted in that video?
Yes. Yeah,
And is that Christopher Gregor depicted in that video?
Yes.
And is that Corey depicted in the video?
Yes.
And does that accurately depict you taking Corey into room 6 of the emergency room at the
Yes.
hospital? No other questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes. Good afternoon. Mr. Doyle,
Yes.
When you were working in the emergency room in 2021, were you a nurse practitioner then?
No, registered nurse still.
And how long had you been a registered nurse at that point?
7 years.
When you were assigned to triage, because you have the 7 years, I assume you had obviously the 1 year of necessary experience to work in triage.
Yeah.
And you had certifications from ENA and AHA.
Yes.
And just for the jury, AHA is what?
AHA is the American Health Association.
And what about ENA?
Oh, Emergency Nurse Association.
Thank you. Now, when you first put your eyes on Corey, fair to say he was cleanly dressed, correct?
Yes.
Now, you saw or talked about during direct the 2 video or 3 video clips that we watched, correct?
Yes.
Did you watch any other videos in this case?
No.
Any other videos from the hospital?
No.
Is it fair to say when Corey got out of the vehicle, he stepped out of the vehicle?
I can't say that.
When we watched the video before, did you see him start to walk?
That did not look like that to me.
And when Mr. Gregor went into the hospital, he went straight in to the hospital, correct?
Mm-hmm.
When he parked
Yes,
his car, oh, sorry.
I'm going to say yes.
I appreciate that. When Mr. Gregor parked his car, he parked at the front of the hospital.
Yes.
And do you know, how long had you been working at that hospital at that point?
7 years.
And is it normal practice for a patient to park and leave their car in front of the hospital?
In a situation that's emergent, I wouldn't say normal, but it's understandable.
And at the time that you approached Corey and Mr. Gregor, did you realize that he had left his car at the front of the hospital?
No. That thought didn't come to my mind.
Fair enough. When you approached Mr. Gregor, he had a mask on, correct?
Believe so, yes.
And you saw from the video somebody handed him that mask to put on as
Yes.
he entered the hospital?
I believe so.
So you could hear his voice, but you couldn't see his lips moving, correct?
Well, it was kind of, you could see in the videos, it looked a little down,
Down under the nose?
at least.
Do you recall seeing his lips moving?
I can't recall.
Now, at one point during the video, you actually picked up, it looked like you picked up Corey's left arm. What were you doing at that point?
So I assisted the registrar to put on the wristband, and I was also feeling for a pulse.
And during the course of your direct, you indicated that you had learned during your conversation with Mr. Gregor that Corey had been discharged the night before from a different hospital, correct?
Yes.
So your concern lessened a little bit.
Temporarily, for a second.
Because you knew another doctor had at least seen Corey.
Staff, not just doctor.
From a hospital had seen Corey. And they still discharged him, correct?
Yeah, something to consider.
Now, you made a statement, or actually spoke to an investigator on or about April 8th, correct?
I can't recall. Oh, it was here, the 104? No.
You actually spoke to
What year are you referring to?
2024.
I'd have to hear it. I can't recall.
Do you remember speaking to a Detective Mitchell?
Yeah, yes.
And you had described for Detective Mitchell what you had observed that day, back on April 2nd, 2020.
Yes.
And when you encountered Corey near the registration desk at the emergency department, you described Corey as pale.
Mm-hmm.
Severely,
Yes.
Thank you. Severely lethargic.
Yes.
Stuporous.
Yes.
At one point you said he was nonverbal.
I never prompted Corey to speak, so I couldn't say that officially. But he was not showing signs that he was verbal.
And you also used the word that the description that his breathing was agonal.
Yes, at that time I did.
Can you please define for the jury what agonal means?
So agonal respirations are descriptively called guppy breaths. So they are dire, almost end-of-life breaths, like imminent danger kind of breaths, where it's like a irregular huffing and puffing kind of thing.
Who's gasping for air?
I wouldn't say gasping, no. Because if he was gasping for air, he would be restless. He'd be fidgety. He was just laying flat.
Well, the agonal breathing, right, is a sign from the brain that your body's not getting enough air.
So I'll just reiterate. So this has been 3 years. This has been very traumatic. I purposely move on from stuff like this. That day was the very first day I got brought up that time, that memory. And the very first day I was talking about it. Since then, I don't know about very first day, but it was quite a lot of time had passed. So the initial conversation I had was strictly from memory of that day, prior to seeing any videos or anything. So it might have been a little fuzzy. We tend to move on from things like these. So I haven't thought about it in a while. When I first met Dennis.
I appreciate the clarification. So just so I understand, agonal is that guppy breath, correct?
But it's agonal, yes, but agonal breathing can make sense if to like flaccidity, to hypotone, like low muscle tone. That makes sense. Something like a respiratory distress or a stridor, or you would see sucking at the chests. You would see restlessness. He'd be trying to get a breath more visibly.
No further questions. Thank you.
Just one omitted question, Judge. Just in regard to the timestamps on the videos, those were off on what was played, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the proper time you had testified to was correct, which was not located on the video, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. That's it.
Nothing further? No. So thanks so much for coming.
Thank you.
All right, we're dismissing the jury, correct, for the weekend, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have witnesses tomorrow. We're trying to, as you can see, we have a lot of medical witnesses, so we're trying to juggle things around. Monday, we were never planning to have the trial anyway. Fridays are sort of optional, but I don't think we were able to fit enough witnesses in tomorrow. I have plenty of other things I can have on, which I was going to cancel, but there's no point in doing that if I want to bring in for one witness or something like that. So we're going to carry that to next week. So now you have a 4-day weekend. You may have to work or do whatever other things you need to do in life, obviously, but for our purpose, you have a 4-day weekend from the trial. So just as important, if not more important, not to do any research, not to look up anything in the news media, not to have anyone do that for you. Don't look up anything on the internet about the locations or people, places, things, topics, charges associated with the matter, but definitely avoid any news coverage. If anyone starts to speak to you about that, tell them you can't talk about it. For instance, juror number 12 today, he properly told his wife, I can't talk about it, I can't discuss it, don't say another word, but he brought it to our attention and we were able to handle that. So I would ask you to do the same thing. Don't deliberate or form any opinions. You can talk to each other on the way in and the way out, but obviously don't discuss the case until you have the benefit of all the evidence, the summation to the attorneys, and my instructions on the law. We very much thank you for all of your patience and understanding with respect to our scheduling and our delays and all those type of things. Counsel, anything further before we let the jury go?
No, Judge. Thank you.
All right, so Tuesday morning, please, at jury assembly about 9 o'clock.
No, no. Kathleen is done. Thank you.
Oh, it's Lisa. I think that might be Lisa. Yeah. John knows how to do that.
Why was I missing?
Please be seated. All right, it's 4:11 p.m. The jury's out of the courtroom. Just a couple of thoughts about next week. My recollection is that if anyone wants to call Dr. Ragassa, he's only available until next Friday, the 12th, and after that he's going to be out of the country. So I don't know how much more the state has to go, but if we need to call him out of order, I'd be happy to give the jury instruction on that.
So, Judge, just to keep everybody posted, I plan on meeting with Dr. Bodden, our expert, over the weekend, who's going to give me an indication on whether or not we need to call Detective Ragazza. When I spoke to people today, with the state today, they indicated that they may actually be finished with their case on Wednesday, which we kind of throw a monkey wrench. I mean, I'll work with it. I mean, but I don't know if Bodden could testify next week because I've been telling them to leave open the week of the 13th. I mean, I'm sure I can muster up a witness or two, but I don't know if I can carry us through Friday.
I thought the state had an issue that you weren't going to rest until the week of the 20th because you had some doctor that wasn't going to be back till then.
Judge, in order to keep things moving, we can call her on rebuttal if needed. So that way, we're not going to have to take multiple days off of trial and make the jurors wait.
So, I mean, actually taking some days off of the trial would be preferable than not filling the days. So if we had to tell the jury we're skipping a day or two, obviously I'd hear from both sides as to your position on that, but I'd rather do that than bring the jury in for an hour and a half and then send them home.
Remember?
Could you speak to me, Sean, for a second?
Sure. But I just want to make sure we're all on the same page that my understanding was Dr. Agassa, if he's going to be called by either side, I want to make sure I document that on the record. I know we've talked about it before, but I don't want something to come up that all of a sudden he's in the Philippines. We all know annually he goes to the Philippines, that's his native country, for about a month, around mid-May. So I just wanted to protect the record that we all know that, and you have time, and that the court would accommodate either side by calling him out of order. In terms of whatever your discussions are amongst yourselves, you can email the Chamber's email, tomorrow, let us know about those kind of things, but I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to that. And then if there's an issue with you serving him, or will the state accept the subpoena and give it to him, I'm sure you need to subpoena him, but the question is, do you have to have an investigator go find him? So I just wanted to make sure, I don't want to find out on next Thursday that there's an issue with these things, and then we're scrambling to find him on Friday. So, we can recess for the day, unless you want to. Unless there's anything more you want to put on the record.
Whatever you want. Well, you got the rope.
Well, you tell me, I'll come back out the record if you like. You want to take a few minutes and talk?
Let's talk a few minutes, and if we need you, we'll call.
All right.
Good?
Right, but I'm not going to authorize overtime for that, so the court's going to pretty much wrap up in a couple of minutes, so that's what I'm saying.
You know what's interesting? We're done for the day.
Okay.
We speak all the time.
All right.
Speak, and if we have anything, we'll email Mr. Long.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a nice weekend.
For us.